Thursday, 7th December 2023. To be on live commentary, my name is Matimba Mkoa.
Good afternoon. My name is Taza Piri, and on sign language interpretation, we are joined by Jason Manda and Chola Kauma. We go straight into business that was considered on the floor of the House yesterday, 6th December 2023.
When business resumed at 14:30, the Vice President, standing in her place, sought leave of the House to defer the consideration of the motion to suspend Standing Orders 25, 27 and 115 of the National Assembly of Zambia, Standing Orders 2021, to enable the House to sit at 09 hours until business on the order paper for each day is completed from Thursday 7th to Wednesday 13th December 2023, and also to consider more than one stage of a bill at a single sitting to a later date.
Thereafter, the House considered question for oral answer number 158 under Standing Order 76. And then the House also considered question for oral answer number 159 under Standing Order 74.
After consideration of those questions, Kanchibia Member of Parliament, Mr. Sunday Chanda, moved a private member's motion titled Formulate an Agricultural Policy to minimize the dependency on food, that in order to minimize the dependency on maize as the main staple food, this House urges the government to formulate an agricultural policy to promote the production of other affordable staple foods, a motion that was seconded by Chairman North Member of Parliament, Mr. Yota Mutayachalo. And after members of Parliament had debated, a question was put, and so this motion was negatived.
Thereafter, the House went on to consider a motion that was moved by Chitambo Member of Parliament, Mr. Remember Mtale, adopt report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation, that this House do adopt the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on the proposal to ratify the agreement amending the Treaty of the Southern Africa Development Community SADC for the third session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 30th November 2023. And this report was resolved in the affirmative.
Thereafter, the House resolved into Committee of Supply to consider estimates of revenue and expenditure, including capital and constitutional and statutory expenditure. And so the House did consider three heads yesterday. The first one, which is head 89, Ministry of Agriculture, and 12 billion 752 million 109,812 kwacha was agreed to stand part of the estimates. The House also considered head 68, Ministry of Tourism, and 769 million 496,627 kwacha was agreed to stand part of the estimates.
And head 76, Ministry of Youth, Sport and Arts, was under consideration at the time business was interrupted at 19:10 hours, and Mr. Sialuvalo Gift, who is Sinazongwe Member of Parliament, was contributing to this head, and so we do expect him to continue contributing to this head once committee work resumes. The House did adjourn accordingly at 19:13 hours, and we do expect Madam First Deputy Speaker to take the chair at 14:30 hours.
And so just now we go on a short break. When we come back, we'll be looking at business that is expected to be considered on the floor of the House today, Thursday, 7th December 2023.
You can now advertise on Parliament Television and Parliament Radio. For more information, call 0977 854102 or 0977 536487. Parliament Television, bringing Parliament closer to you.
us on Parliament Television today, Thursday, 7th December 2023. We expect the House to consider one question for oral answer under Standing Order 74, a motion that is expected to be moved by Wengwa Member of Parliament, Mr. Kasauta Michelo, urging the House to adopt the report of the Committee on Agriculture, Lands and Natural Resources, and thereafter we expect the House to resolve into Committee of Supply to consider 7 heads that are coming up for consideration. Just now we go into details of the order paper.
Exactly, Matimba. And the one question for oral answer under Standing Order 74 that we expect the House to consider is expected to come from Mr. Chinga Miyutu, who is Kalabo Central Member of Parliament, and is expected to ask the Minister of Education how many retired teachers had not been paid their terminal benefits as of December 2022, in B, what the cause of the delay in paying the terminal benefits are, and in C, when the benefits will be paid.
After consideration of that question, we expect Wengwa Member of Parliament, Mr. Kasauta Michelo, to move a motion urging the House to adopt the report of the Committee on Agriculture, Lands and Natural Resources on the performance audit report on the implementation of the Farmer Input Support Program FISIP 2018 to 2022 for the third session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 28 November 2023.
And we also now expect the House to resolve into Committee of Supply for the consideration of estimates of revenue and expenditure, including capital and constitutional and statutory expenditure. We do expect resumption of committee work on Head 76, that's the Ministry of Youth, Sport and Arts, and we also expect other heads to be considered today. These include Head 77, Ministry of Defense.
We also expect the House to consider Head 68, Ministry of Technology and Science, and the House is also expected to consider Head 80, which is the Ministry of Education.
We also expect the House to consider Head 62, which is the Ministry of Energy, Head 35, Ministry of Small and Medium Enterprise Development.
We also expect the House to consider Head 86, Ministry of Fisheries and Livestock. And so this is just the business that is expected to be considered on the floor of the House today, Thursday, 7th December 2023. And so at 14:30 hours, Madam Speaker's procession will be making its way to the chamber.
And now we take you to the floor of the House just to excite you with some pictures of members of Parliament getting ready as they await Madam Speaker's procession. And there you have it, Madam First Deputy Speaker's procession making its way to the chamber. Good afternoon and keep watching Parliament Television.
Honorable members of Parliament, Madam Speaker.
Tendency of Zambia, proud and free, land of wealth and joy in unity, victors in the struggle for the right. We want freedom's fight for one, strong and free. Africa is our own motherland, fashioned with like a noble eagle in its flight. Zambia, praise to thee, O one, strong and free. Praise be to God, praise be, bless our great Zambia, Zambia, Zambia. Remain we stand under the flag of our land. Zambia, praise to thee, O one, strong and free.
Prayer. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to consider with your abundant favor as your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important responsibilities in this land. Let your blessings descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Order, we make progress. Matters of urgent public importance. The Honorable Member for Pambashi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the matter I'm raising is directed to the Minister for Health. Madam Speaker, just today, last week, we saw some medicine being recalled on the basis of efficacy and failing to meet the prescribed standards in Zambia. But what is shocking, it is the letter signed by the Director General for Zambia, where, again, the BP medicine in form of metformin that was distributed 14 days ago in various health centers has been recalled. And the details of the recall says the company is called Breeze GVC, the pharmaceutical that was, which supplied from India, metformin tablets, BP 500 milligrams, which was distributed in various health centers in Zambia. There's been a directive that the medicine has been failing, and the government has directed to recall the medicine. Now the fear, Madam Speaker, a lot of us are on this tablet. We don't know how many Zambians could have consumed this tablet. Madam Speaker, I seek your indulgence whether the Minister of Health who is in order to keep quiet without informing the Zambian people what is happening in the supply of medicine in Zambia, because there's been a repeat recall of the essential drugs. BP medicine is one of the essential drugs in Zambia today, Madam Speaker. I seek your guidance.
Thank you. I think a similar matter was raised not long ago. The Honorable Minister of Health, I think it was through a ministerial statement that we covered a similar topic. The Honorable Member would be advised maybe to use another platform specifically for that drug that you've mentioned. You can raise maybe a question so that it can be attended to by the Minister of Health. The Honorable Member for Rumezi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I raise this matter of urgent public importance, I might take this opportunity to congratulate a Zambian from Lumezi for having been elected as Africa Association of Quantity Surveyors President Matthews Ngulube. It's for the first time that a Zambian from Lumezi has gotten it. Madam Speaker, my matter is directed at the Honorable Minister of Agriculture. Madam Speaker, the issue of fertilizer, especially that the people in Lumezi are coming from a background where in 2021-2022 farming season, there were about 6,500 plus farmers that should have been compensated due to drought. This year, Madam Speaker, this government has introduced what they're calling a loan, where when one is given 8 bags of fertilizer, they pay back with about 60 bags of maize. Madam Speaker, 8 bags of fertilizer will only give you 70 bags of maize. And in that loan, where people are going to pay 60 bags of maize, is daylight robbery. Madam Speaker, someone grows the maize, and then you only allow them to have 10 bags of maize when there is no sufficient fertilizer. Madam Speaker, the instructions from Lumezi are that the Minister of Agriculture should address us on what they are going to do right on the fertilizer that they're already sharing in Medas. As late as yesterday, the DACO could not allow us to have access to those that are receiving fertilizer, because fertilizer is now being shared on partisan lines. Madam Speaker, I seek your serious indulgence. I thank you.
Thank you. We had 2 ministerial statements over the same matter, that is the supply of farming inputs. In fact, it was covered yesterday. It's a pity maybe the honorable member couldn't maybe listen to that ministerial statement that was given by the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, but we went through it in details. So I don't know whether the honorable member can maybe find another platform specifically to ask about Lumezi, sorry. The last member is the honorable member for Katombola.
I thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Mine is a constitutional matter relating to the expulsion of 9 Patriotic Front members. The point of order, Madam Speaker, which is being raised is related to Standing Order number 202. Can I be given a chance? Therefore, Madam Speaker...
Honorable members, the honorable member for Katombola, we are not looking at a point of order. We are looking at matters of urgent public order. We are looking at matters of urgent public importance. So please, can you maybe bring your matter? If it's not a matter of urgent public importance, you can use another platform rather than a point of order at this minute when we are looking at matters of urgent public importance. The honorable member for Katomola.
Madam Speaker, I am guided. I thought that this is a proper time, Madam Speaker, considering the seriousness of the matter, Madam Speaker. But I'm available to your guidance, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, because you said the point of order. That's why I clearly said it's not a time for points of order, but matters of urgent public importance. Your matter is important, but just find another way of bringing it to the floor. Thank you. We make progress. Honorable members, we've got a lot of work before us. The next item, questions for oral answer under Standing Order number 74. The honorable member for Kalabo Central. Maybe before the honorable member for Kalabo Central comes in, the honorable members on my left, just be informed that it was agreed during the House Business Committee that each day we are going to admit only 3 matters of urgent public importance. This is a budget session. We want to finish the heads before us. So we make progress. We had given an allocation to 3 honorable members. The honorable member for Kalabo Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 160.
The Honorable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Miutu asked the Minister of Education, A, how many retired teachers had not been paid their terminal benefits as of December 2022. B, what the cause of the delay in paying the terminal benefits was, and C, when the benefits will be paid. Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that A, 15,425 retired teachers had not been paid their terminal benefits as of December 2022. B, the cause of the delay in paying the terminal benefits was as a result of inadequate funding, and C, payment of benefits is an ongoing process. However, terminal benefits arrears as of December 2022 will be paid within the 2023-2025 medium-term budget plan. Thank you.
Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Kalabo Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to find out whether it is possible for the government to plan for these terminal benefits such that as these teachers retire, they get their dues. Is it difficult? Is it not possible to plan for this? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Education.
Madam Speaker, indeed it is possible to plan that way, but except that there has been a backlog for a long time. So those 15,000 are not just coming from yesterday or yesterday. It's coming from, in fact, prior to December 2022, 3,594 retired teachers were paid their terminal benefits following the release of 106,903,472 kwacha from the Ministry of Finance and National Planning. So it means that the backlog, in order for us to dismantle it, it will take a little bit of some time because it has been accumulating for a long time. But it is possible to do that. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Kalabo Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. From the response of the Minister, would I be wrong to say that the former government did not take care of the teachers in this country? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Education.
Madam Speaker, Honorable Mute wouldn't be wrong because there are so many things that the PF government never took care of. So this is just one small thing among so many things that they did badly. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Kamfinsa.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to ask the Honorable Minister responsible for education a follow-up question. And even as I do that, Madam Speaker, I want to send a word of encouragement to the rescue team that is working in Chingola to rescue the young people that are currently unattended to. Minister responsible for education, you have informed this August House and the nation that funds were not available to pay the retirees in the education sector on time. Isn't there a pension fund that is in existence for our teachers, or is the ministry considering setting up a pension fund, Madam Speaker, that will ensure that as they get their pay, part of their income goes towards contribution to a pension fund, and when they retire, they collect their money? Madam Speaker, that is my follow-up question. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Education.
I think that's a different question altogether. I can ask it, but let me just say one thing which I said. I said that prior to December 2022, we paid 3,594 teachers. That's the tune of 106 million. So I was not saying that we didn't have funds. Yes, we do not have funds for the 15,000, the more than 15,000 teachers. But we paid 3,594 prior to December 2022. So within that year, yes, we paid.
Thank you. Notice of motion. The Honorable Member for Bwengwa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, by leave of the House, I seek to defer consideration of the motion to a later date.
Thank you. The question is that consideration of the motion be deferred to a later date. Any objection? I see none. Motion is deferred to a later date. The clerk will now read the order of the day.
Estimates of revenue and expenditure, including capital and constitutional and statutory expenditure. Committee of Supply, resumption of committee work.
The House will now resolve into committee.
When business was interrupted yesterday, Wednesday, 6 December 2023, the Committee of Supply on the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year 1st January 2024 to 31st December 2024, presented to the National Assembly in September 2023, was considering Head 76, Minister of Youth, Sport and Arts, and Mr. Salubalo, Member of Parliament for Sinazongwe, was debating. May the Honourable Member continue.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. May I continue from where I ended yesterday when we adjourned. Mr. Chairperson, our youth have been neglected for quite some time. And when you look at the opportunities, Mr. Chairperson, you find that in each and every constituency, there is something that our youth can involve in profitably. Let's look at here where we are, Mr. Chairperson. We have in garden compound a lot of activities under fabrication. What is the ministry doing to make sure that these youths who are quite innovative, they can access funds to boost their opportunities? These are the issues that, Honorable Minister, Mr. Chairperson, the ministry should involve itself in. We have a lot of youth that want to do mining. What we need to find out is how the ministry is trying to help the youths in acquiring the mining licenses on time. Not only mining license, even equipment to use. So that at least our youth should not be used as just tool for political purposes. We need a productive youth wing. Because these are the people, Mr. Chairperson, that will take over from us. So we need to prepare them. We need to mentor them. We need to make sure that all the resources are availed to them. Like I indicated yesterday to say, I salute the New Dawn administration for having abolished cadreism.
because now our youth are able to access loans and grants under CDF, which is not enough, but even the ministry that houses this particular sector should take a center stage and seeing to it that our youth are no longer beggars. It pains Mr. Chairperson to see our youth, when we visit our respective constituencies, asking for money from honorable members of parliament. That should not be the case. We shouldn't be the master financier of our youth when we have the ministry and the minister in charge of looking after our youth. So far, so good for the Minister of Youth and Sports. The success has been recorded. All we need is just continue and looking at more opportunities that will make our youth be self-reliant. With those few words, Mr. Chairperson, I do support the budget. I thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chuya.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. And let me thank the Honourable Minister for Sports and Youth. Though I cannot see him, I hope he is being represented by the Honourable Minister of Tourism. Honourable Minister, in the first place, I want also to congratulate you. It hasn't been easy from the time that you took office. Things are happening. We have seen our national team qualifying to the AFCON. We have seen the women's team also qualifying. And on top of that, we have seen trophies coming into the country. For that, we say congratulations and keep it up. Honourable Minister, I also want to mention here that indeed the 268 million kwacha that has been allocated to your ministry, to me might not be sufficient for you to fulfill the programs that you have embarked on, which are the 3 programs, approximately about 4 programs, and that is youth development and create sports training facilities across the country. Honourable Minister, I want just to talk about a few, and that is one of the strategies under your ministry, which is actually to contribute to empowerment of youth through vocational and life skills. I heard in your speech, Minister, you mentioned that, and some money has been allocated to that. This is a very, very important program, Minister, and I wish more money could have been allocated to that so that we avoid and minimize the youths that are being left in the cold. However, Minister, I also want to zero in on the issue of the training in youth, in various youth resource centers. Honourable Minister, the youth resource centers plays a pivotal role in making sure that our youths are confined to places where they can learn various skills. We are glad that under the CDF, there is also a contribution of skills development under the youths. But this one, Honourable Minister, under your ministry, the youth and sport, you need to concentrate more money. Because indeed they say, imitikula empanga, meaning that the youths of today shall be the future leaders of tomorrow. And we need to inculcate and groom them and bring them in a manner that is befitting for this nation by actually exposing them to various skills that will make them their own bosses. Honourable Minister, just on this one, I have a youth resource center in Rwansha, which was started under the previous government, which is actually gobbled quite a number of monies, and that is the taxpayers' monies. It is over 70%. And when I heard you mentioning that you are going to fulfill and finish this youth resource center, Honourable Minister, I was elected as Member of Parliament, because once this youth resource center is completed, it will ensure that those youths that we have in Patamato Market, Ron Market, Chilabula, Kawama, Maposa, shall have something to do under the auspices of this youth resource center, where they shall be privileged to learn various skills that will help them to have a better living. Minister, I also want to mention something that concerns the youth development. Honourable Minister, the money that has been allocated to the infrastructure development in your ministry is not sufficient. I have seen something like 50 million reduced to 10 million to work on the infrastructure. As Ron constituents, we are saying this is not enough, especially that we have Mpatamato Stadium, which was actually owned by ZCCM, which is now under the government. We want this stadium to be rehabilitated so that some of the youths can start gaining their skills from there. Honorable Minister, don't forget that Ron constituency, actually from yesteryears, has been able to produce talents. Talk of Jack Chanda, Emmanuel Mwape, Emi Mwape, Kaiser Kalambo, Collins Mbesuma. These people came from Ron constituency, and we want to nurture that talent that is actually lying there. This is a fact. Even some of the ministers seated here were products of Ron constituency. And we want you to help us ensure that we produce more ministers of energy to come to this parliament. Honorable Minister, I want you to concentrate and ensure that your Ron Youth Resource Center is completed so that we can start producing the Collins Mbasumas of this world, the Jack Sanders of this world, and Bernard Sanders of this world. Minister, I also want to encourage you that once you do this, you shall be helping the government in ensuring that this issue of turning our youths as political tools, when it comes to campaigns, it shall come to a minimum. We want you to help the youths to go back to these youth resource centers so that they can start learning some of these skills. I would also want to mention here that it is time for you to start thinking of creating a base for talents. There are so many talents that are actually lying out in the country unnoticed. We want you, for us to be boasting of winning or getting nearer to the qualification of the World Cup, we need to start identifying talent from the lower organs. You need to go out in the rural areas. There is talent in the rural areas. Identify these talents and bring them to the fore. You can only do that if we have infrastructure. I remember very well, Honorable Minister, through the chairperson, that in those days, that when we were growing, we used to have a lot of competitions in terms of sports in various secondary schools. Even at the Premier League, at the MTN League today, we don't have the B teams. But those years, we used to have a B teams, the reservoirs of talent. So it is incumbent upon you, Minister, as I have stated, that you have started very well from the time that you were appointed as Minister. You are scoring, you are achieving. But for you to achieve, start laying the proper ground. Start with the infrastructure. Start organizing identification talents, tournaments, so that your ministry can be able to identify various talents, not only in football, not only in netball, but even karate. I was a very good karateka because I was identified at an early stage. So I want you to start identifying this talent. Under ZCCM, when I started doing that sport, we were assisted so much by ZCCM. But from the time that ZCCM left, Honorable Minister, the onus is on government now to take it upon itself and ensure that we don't waste talent. So talent is there, come down to the ground, go out in the peri-urban, rural areas, and start putting up infrastructure, organize tournaments that will be able to identify these various talents. Honorable Minister, my wish and my prayer is for you to succeed in your ministry. And I hope and pray that I'm going to tell the people of Ron constituency that the Youth Resource Center that has got a lot of taxpayers' money is going to be fulfilled, is going to be completed under this head next year. Honorable Minister, through the chairperson, I want to wish you all the best and good luck. I thank you, chairperson.
Thank you. Mr. Cliff Mpundu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson, for giving the people of Chembe to echo one or two things on this aid to do with Ministry of Youth, Sport and Art. Mr. Chairperson, I will take a different route. When budgets are done, they should always have a human face, meaning they should have an inclusiveness of the all youth in our country. Honorable Minister, Honorable Chairperson, I say so because when the ministerial statement was being said by the minister, I did not hear anything to do with the youth that are in conflict with the law. The age group that is found in our correction service, most of the age group are youths. But what are they going to benefit in this budget? Because we have got youths there who have got also talents in sport, who have got also talent in art, who have got many talents. So, it is prudent that the Ministry of Youth start interrogating itself as it looks in this budget, because the Ministry of Youth and Sport should be part and parcel of the rehabilitation and reintegration of youth, those who are in conflicts with the law. Mr. Chairperson, when the minister was giving that statement, yes, quite all right, the Ministry of Home Affairs is doing something, especially to those youths who are about to be released. There is some packages that are given to those. But also Ministry of Youth and Sport should play a part. Donate sports equipment. Donate other art tools that can be used by those youths who are incarcerated. That will create that inclusiveness. Let us not only focus on the youths that are the general populace, but also those who are incarcerated should be part and parcel of it. The packages that Ministry of Youth and Sport, there must be a share to those youths who come out of incarceration. There must be a share of the tools, because when they are there, some they are trained in carpentry, some they are trained in tailoring and other skills. So there are packages that can be given to those through the Ministry of Youth and Sport. For example, the tools, those who have done carpentry, they should complement on the efforts of Ministry of Home Affairs. The other thing is to do with the law. Mostly, there is a law which is pronounced by our learned magistrates and judges of saying you are sentenced to 5 years imprisonment with hard labor. That law, it cutters across. It doesn't look at this one is a youth, this one is an elderly person. So the Ministry of Youth need to interrogate that law. If it is said to do with hard labor for somebody who is aged 17 is given hard labor, what type of hard labor? So the ministry is urged to interrogate that law so that there is specifics, because we will end up be promoting child labor because of that law. So we urge the ministry, as we approve this budget, to interrogate that law and work hand in hand with the Ministry of Justice to amend that law so that it suits when we talk of the youth. Lastly, the chairperson is on the issue of the programs that the Ministry of Youth are running. These programs, there must be a lot of sensitization, especially to us who are coming from rural constituency. Most of our youths, they don't know full programs that the ministry is doing to our youth. We need more sensitization, and this sensitization should go beyond Mayor saying there is these programs. Mind you, these programs, they are attached to timeline. If you are distributing, you are doing a certain program, there is a timeline, there is a target to that. People need to be availed with the information to say this program will run up to this period, such that people are aware. And like when time comes to win off the people in that program, it becomes a problem. That is the reason why we are grappling even with FISIP when winning people, because the information is not given on the timeline of such programs. So, the chairperson, with those said, as we support the budget, we want the budget to be fully inclusive of those youths who are incarcerated. Let us have more equipment to do with sports kits and other arts tools to also be availed to those youths as part and parcel of rehabilitation of those youths and integrating them back to society. With those said, the chairperson, we support this budget. Thank you very much.
Mrs. Tonya.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Let me also start by stating that I fully support this budget for the Ministry of Youth, Arts and Sports. But also I want to appreciate on behalf of the youth of Kafue for the Minister's support during their grand final tournament of the 50th anniversary for Kafue constituency. They felt very honored and very supported in a very different way when the Minister came to grace this occasion. Chairperson, I also want to acknowledge and express appreciation as well for the splendid performance of our two football teams, and especially the women's netball, which has qualified, for the Africa Cup Games. Having said that, I want to come back and appreciate also the efforts of our new Dawn government towards the plight of our youth in the country. The Minister, in his policy statement yesterday, outlined a number of programs that are meant to benefit the youths of our country, and indeed this is highly commendable. My observation is that government has these various, programs targeting youth in across various ministries. I suppose this is good because it entails mainstreaming.
Order. There's a point of order by the Honorable Minister of Information.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, for the opportunity to raise this point of order. And as you are aware, sir, I rarely rise on points of order unless the circumstances are so patently compelling that I must do what I'm just doing. Let me begin with your indulgence, Mr. Chairperson, to welcome my colleagues, those who were suspended and have returned to the House. It's a good feeling to see them around. This is how it should be. I only hope that their return will not return anarchy to this House again. Because in their absence, Mr. Chairperson, the House was very orderly, and the decorum of the House was as it should be. So they are welcome. My point of order is premised on the conventions and practices of this House, namely maintenance of the decorum of this House as manifested by the conduct of members of Parliament. Mr. Chairperson, members of Parliament, just like lawyers, whether you are in court or not, you carry the image of a lawyer. members of parliament, whether here at the house or outside, carry the image of this house. Sometime last week,
Honorable member from Ghana, are you a presiding officer? No, Honorable, order. May the Honorable Minister take your seat. Honorable member from Ghana, you're not a presiding officer to be able to detect how the business should be transacted in this house. I'm the only one who is mandated to do that. So if I haven't directed otherwise, I mean, you don't have the mandate to lecture this house. May the Honorable Minister continue.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairperson. I was just putting in place my point of order, Mr. Chairperson, that a few days ago, we saw a caption of a video containing the image and voice thereof of the Member of Parliament for Kamfinsa, my good friend, Honorable Kangombe, telling the nation, asking the youth of Patriotic Front to rise against this government, and indicating that they are demanding for justice, and if that justice is not given, they will give it unto themselves, in clear reference and preference to disorder and taking the law in their own hands. Now, Mr. Chairperson, a lawmaker, Mr. Chairperson, he was the honorable member for Kamfinsa, who is a lawmaker and carries the image of this house. Was he in order to begin to advocate to the nation that he is ready to lead the youth of Patriotic Front to take the law into their own hands in a clear violation of the rule of law, when he knows that the laws we make here, we must be the first ones to respect you? Was he in order, Mr. Chairperson? I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, the order, what you've cited happened outside the House. So this does not affect us. It's a procedural thing. But order. So I've guided. I think if it happened outside, so the necessary procedures can be engaged if so you wish to, but that does not affect the business of the House. Let's proceed. May the Honorable Member, Mrs. Tonya, continue.
Thank you, Chair. His misconduct outside the House has disturbed the flow of my debate. However, Chairperson, I was saying that I was making an observation that there are a number of youth programs being implemented across various government ministries, and I was saying that that could be, the strategy of trying to mainstream and as much as possible benefit our youth in the country. However, with that, it would be nice, Chairperson, if there was a way of accounting for all these various activities that are happening to benefit our youth, so that when put together, we can actually weigh that combined effort against, the size of the youth population in this country. As we know, they constitute the largest percentage of citizens in this country. So it would be good to know to what extent all these programs are actually benefiting the numbers, the huge numbers of youth, as they stand. Otherwise, without such a coordinated effort, we may risk doing too little, too many, but without really amounting to the level that we should be responding or striving to meet the needs of these youths, which of course talks to the need, to continuously explore ways of giving more and more support to our youths, as we have tried to do, indeed, through these various programs that I've alluded to, as well as through the CDF, which has a specific component for youth empowerment, as well as the bursaries. Now, talking about the bursaries, Chairperson, I'm sure all of us last week followed, that video which went round and it was showing the plight of youth that are under sponsorship for CDF. It was a very sad situation that emerged, but of course, which showed how much we are lagging behind and how much more we need to do in responding, especially to the infrastructure needs for our youths, the kind of infrastructure which is supposed to help them acquire the relevant skills. My colleague, Honorable Chibuye, was just talking about an incomplete youth center, and I know that there are many others in other constituencies, including my own constituency. I think which hosts, that one should be, a world-class kind of youth center. If people went to check, I would want to believe that it is the biggest so far that is coming up, but still remains incomplete at about 80%. In this year's budget, I'm aware that an allocation of 80 million kwacha had been put aside, had been allocated to go towards the completion of that particular youth center. Now, seeing that there are only a few days remaining, I'm not sure whether our Minister of Finance there will help the Minister of Youth, who is so much determined to deal with these issues, with that 80 million, so that it may help, to resolve the issue of infrastructure. If in this year's budget we cannot do anything, the proposal that I want to end with, Honorable Minister and Chairperson, is that perhaps we can borrow from what we have done with the CDF funds for these vehicles for monitoring and for the police, where monies were withheld at the center here, and then we did, some bulk buying, which was very economical. In the case of these centers, Honorable Minister, if, let's say for constituencies, 150 constituencies that may not have these centers, we put all our monies together, it will actually give us 250 million kwacha, which I'm sure would finish off that center, and in no time would be able to recruit, all these youths that are coming from the different constituencies which do not have centers yet. That way, I think we would have done justice. We would have provided an opportunity for those youths who are in constituencies currently that do not have any centers, and yet they would be guaranteed also of proper training of acceptable standard that would happen in a youth center like that one sitting in Kafue, if it was to be done. Very soon, I hope that we can visit there with the Minister of Youth again, just to show the entire country what infrastructure I'm talking about here. It is more like a university, that stands incomplete. And if we all collectively invested into that infrastructure, I'm sure that it will help. Even in just one financial year, one CDF financial year of next year, then all those students can go there. I thank you, Chairperson.
We've got a lot of work on our hand. So I'll just allow two, Mr. Chitotela and Mr. Katakwe, and the Minister will respond.
I want to thank you, Chair, for the opportunity for me to register my voice on the ministry responsible for youth and child development. Minister, this is a very important ministry in terms of the development of our nation. Minister, where we come, there is a saying that imiti kula empanga, meaning the children of today are the leaders of tomorrow. How we do and how we nurture our youths will determine what future we ought to have as a country. Today, Chairperson, the minister, I was checking 2021 budget speech for 2022. The minister stood and assured the Zambian people that he has a lot of donor support and each district is going to have a youth resource center. I listened with interest and I was looking forward to the actualization of that policy statement. In 2022 budget speech for 2023, the minister emphasized the level at which the youth resource centers were being constructed and those that were expected to be complete. But this year's budget speech has not indicated Zambia are having constructed. This gap in terms of policy coherence and the policy consistency leaves much to be desired, and it leaves a lot of gap in terms of youth development. When last week, Mr. Chairperson, we were adopting the report of the Auditor General from 2018 to 2022 that is dealing with the child labor. And one of the recommendations of the Auditor General is, even if you withdraw children from the labor, we don't have centers where to take them. We don't have enough facilities where we can take the youths for rehabilitation and making sure that they become responsible citizens in society. Minister, it would have been better for you to look at how best can we do in terms of development of the youth. Yes, there's been a tilt towards sport, but the Minister of Youth must also take interest of the sectors that are there to promote the growth of various activities. Chairperson, I can also remember that when the minister stood in 2021, he promised to create centers like the one that is in Impolokoso, Mwange Youth Resettlement Scheme. And the minister said he had written to various provincial centers to look for a place, and he cited one area in northwestern Mufumbwe that Senior Chief Chizera has given us land. To date, Mr. Chairman, there has never been any meaningful development to point to the pronouncement that the minister did give the Zambian people in Parliament. And this is where we say the consistency and the performance and the success of every activity is looked at the past performance and where you are coming from, how best you have performed, where you are, and what you need to do for you to improve. It is not just by making flowery statements, by pronouncements that are not backed by action. That leaves a number of things hanging. So we want to urge the minister to look at the interest of the youth development as a key milestone. We can talk about youth, the CDF empowerment, youth empowerment under the CDF. I am a member of Parliament, Chairman. I don't want to draw you in the debate, but if you are to look at monies that were allocated for grants in 2022, because that is the only money that was fully given in 2023, I would want to hear a member of Parliament who would stand and say, in his or her constituents, there is 70% success in terms of entrepreneurial investment. The level of in educating Zambians to make them understand that consumption is not the best way. We need to invest in growing the economy, because I am a proponent, Chair, that we cannot continue sharing poverty. We need to reach a level where we say, if social spending is causing drain on the national treasury, let's suspend social spending and begin putting money into where it matters most. Let's invest in growing of our economy. I was saying, Minister, imagine if the youth resource centers and the various development that you pronounced in 2021 were to become a reality. I would cite the example of the agriculture sector, because the sector chairman gives return within the shortest possible time. I was saying, imagine the 2 million or the 4 billion kwacha the Minister for Finance has been allocating to CDF for consumption. If that money was allocated to the agriculture sector, that every province in Zambia comes up with the farm, the state-owned farm, specifically for maize, we would have grown maize, enough maize that would have been sold to various countries and would have made money. The money comes to the treasury, and then we start sharing. But we do things upside down. We begin by sharing before we create the wealth. I know it is a difficult subject for social scientists to comprehend, but those that have done economists would understand that you cannot share poverty if you can't create wealth. We are going to end up in a situation where we will have nothing to share, because there is a statement, Chair, that you may have 5 cows. If you don't fatten your cow, you just want to get milk from the cow. Then that cow will stop giving you milk. It will be giving you blood. Eventually that cow will die, and you will have nowhere where to get the milk from. That is the difference between social scientists and the economists, because social scientists would want to eat where they have not planted. Let's begin by developing the culture of investment among our youths. Then we start giving empowerment fund. After that, Speaker, we are going to have a lot of things to share, that when we start distributing, all of us will have enough to share. But alas, if we don't do that, every year, one day, Zambian budget will fail, is going to fail to support social spending, and we are going to be in the crisis that certain programs that we are running will fail to run them. Mr. Chairperson, I want to support the budget by urging the Minister to look at the economic sector. I thank you.
Mr. Katakwe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. The people of Solwezi East, Shindamo District, will always be grateful for the chance given to them to add a few points on this head relating to the Ministry of Youth, Sport and Art. Mr. Chairperson, yes, we do understand that the largest population of Zambia is youthful. But I want to speak to the issues to do with health. I believe that to have a future generation that can contribute meaningfully to the national development, we need to have a healthy youth. These days you find that the youth that we have, they are more of hybrids. You find that a lot of them are not physically fit. If you do recall, during the recruitment in the military, there was even a statement that most of our youths were physically unfit to undergo military training. So this calls for the Ministry of Youth Sport to do more in terms of youth activities, especially sport. If you look at the benefit of sport, it's quite a lot, which include discipline, physical fitness, alertness, even the promotion of good behavior, because the energy that is supposed to be channeled to illicit behavior is channeled into sport. There is good sportsmanship. So you find that when we have a lot of youths involved in sporting activities, it will actually deter them from getting involved in illicit behavior. Right now, as we are talking, the Zambia national netball team has just won the African Cup. And if you look at that, it's because they have been coerced to be together and promoting the good behavior, and that has actually paid off. So if we really want to see more of youth participation in national development, they must be healthy. And I say so that the Minister of Youth can begin to advocate for more allocation so that we can have, for instance, in each province, sporting fields, like the way we have here in Lusaka. Just next year we have the Atletico Madrid, the former Barcelona, whatever. If we have such kind of fields dotted around the country, going down up to the constituency level, so that we have a lot of youths, our girls, our boys, getting involved in sporting activities. Even the Ministry of Health will end up spending less in curative measures as opposed to preventive measures, because prevention is better than cure. So if we put in more resources in sporting activities, we have these fields, swimming pools, cycling clubs, netball, high jumps, short put, javelin, cross country, all these put together. And I admired what Honorable Chiwe was just talking about, that he was identified as a karateka when he was still young. Equally, when I was in grade 8, I started the training martial art, and it took me 20 years to raise to at least Dan 3. Okay. And I wish there was a sporting activity, field here. I was going to demonstrate at least 9 katas, what you call the karate dances. Okay. So, that makes me, even if I look like this stature, but I can take at least some good 10 strong guys. Why? Because of the skills that I developed over 20 years of experience. Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, what you are saying is that energy, instead of channeling it into other evil issues, we find that you have to channel it into sporting activities. You take a lot of time. In fact, like in karate, there is even a law that which states that on my own I promise to uphold the true spirit of karate. Do and never to do the techniques I'm taught unless in self-defense or in support of law and order. So the law and order we are talking about, if one goes through training like karate, you find that
now you want to be scaring us.
A good citizen. Mr. Chairman, you're more than welcome to actually experience. We can do a lot of demonstration. Even right now, even the members of parliament who we have here, if they get involved into these activities of sport, you find that you have less issues of the BP medicine we are talking about, because you enhance your health. For instance, I move every time, even when I'm going to the constituency, with a mountain bike. I have a racing bike. Why? Because at least every week I have to do 50 kilometers, 60 kilometers of cycling. So that helps even the breathing rate. Lung capacity is increased. What I'm trying to advocate is good health. And for us to have a kind of youth to contribute to the development of Zambia, we need to invest heavily in sporting activities. A lot of members of parliament here, okay, sorry that we don't allow to debate ourselves, but physically, we may say we are not fit. Okay? So we need minister, the youths of tomorrow, who will be the members of parliament tomorrow, they need to be physically fit. So we need to enhance their health. And that is my plea. As we support this head ensure that we invest more. I want to see in my
There's
constituency
a
where we
point
have,
of order by Dr. Kalila.
I need to see in my,
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to raise this point of order, which is premised on Standing Order number 65, that requires us to be very factual. Point of order is whether the honorable member is in order to claim without evidence that he can take on 10 strong guys like Honorable Member Malambo here, being a karateka. Is in order, Mr. Speaker, to tell us like that? I seek your Syrian ruling, sir.
Thank you. I think the honorable member was just trying to scare us. I think he's the weakest in the House. May Mr. Katakwe continue?
thank you, Mr. Chairperson. In fact, I expect even Parliament to have a sporting activities, even a simple gym, a cycling field, and then they will be able to demonstrate. Okay? Every Saturday we can say, okay, let's go 60 kilometers, 70 kilometers, and we'll be able to demonstrate that. So, Mr. Chairperson, what you are saying is we need youth activities down up to our constituencies where we need to see fields. In the evenings, people running, in the evening, people jogging, and so on. Like the way we are trying to see these things going around in Lusaka, but we need to have them going down to the constituencies. So, Minister, please, the people of Solwezi East constituency, I say invest more in youth activities so that we can have a youthful cadre that is healthy. Otherwise, we say health is number one, wealth. Without health body, we don't expect to perform. We don't expect to develop even as a nation. So, Mr. Chairperson, I thank you very much as I support this head.
The tourism minister is the acting minister of youth, sports and arts.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, from the outset, I'd like to thank the 6 honorable members who contributed favorably to our head and supported it overwhelmingly. This is Mr. Sialubalo, Mr. Chuye, Mr. Mpundu, Ms. Jonya, Mr. Chitotela, and indeed our last karateka, Mr. Katakwe, Mr. Dr. Katakwe. Chairperson, I think I just want to make mention that in a realigning of the various ministries in our government, you have seen a few budget lines being moved from one ministry to the other, and you know for a fact that the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Art is one ministry which was realigned to hive off the Department of Arts, which was in the Ministry of Tourism, to that, and more so some of the overlapping duties such as that in community development, SME, as well as some of the funds that are coming from the CDF. Mr. Chairperson, I'll attempt to respond to some of the queries which were raised. I'll start with Mr. Sialwalo, who thanks the ministry for having visibility today. Thank you very much. We will continue doing that. And also ensured that we should not use our youths as tools of violence. That is very, very clear. As a UPND, our mandate is not to use our children as tools of violence, as we have been seeing in the previous government, that our boys and girls were paid nickels and pennies to actually cause havoc in our cities. And indeed, the very fact that you're proposing that we work with irrespective members of parliament in all the 156 constituencies is very, very good to create opportunities of skills centers dotted across our constituencies. Mr. Chibuye of Ron, indeed, it's very, very important that we undertake finalization of most of these youth resource centers. And interesting enough, in our realigning of ministries also, I think it would be important, and getting from the feedback I've gotten from other members of parliament here, we should be able to speak to our Minister of Technology and Science to make sure that we start incubating those youths in those youth resource centers, which I strongly feel would work out very, very well. And to answer your query also, your youth resource center has been allocated for 2024, so be rest assured that will be completed, and the alumni sitting next to me will definitely come and have a look at it, as it were. In terms of talent identification, again, in our quest of devolving responsibilities in government, that aspect of talent identification has been devolved to the local authorities so that they are the ones who are in touch with the grassroots. And I also liken to look at how best we're going to be in touch with some of our corporates. I remember very well before we used to have what we call the Airtel Rising Stars, where we went right into the provinces to see how we can tap in talent. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mpundu brought in the issues of having to understand challenges with regards to colleagues of ours who are on the other side of the law. And that is the reason why we have what we call a correctional center. They are no longer called prisons. Today they are called correctional centers. And I should just state from the outset that the empowerment that we give does not discriminate. Indeed, anybody, for as long as you are Zambian and you're between the age of 18 and 35, you are definitely able to benefit from the youth empowerment that we have within the ministry. And also to just take a leaf on what you just mentioned with regards to the punitive, what do you call it again? The sentences that are given to these people. Now, that obviously is out of our ambit, is sitting with the Minister of Justice, and I noticed that you're talking about 17 with hard labor. A youth is only one who's from 18 to 35, and I think that's an adult who needs, if at all they are on the other side of the law, they'll definitely be dealt with. But to make mention that once they're coming out of the correctional center, we would have assumed that they would have repented. So indeed, they'll still fall into the same category as anybody else. And of course, I know that within Home Affairs, within the correctional center, those people are given opportunities to be craftsmen, carpenters, welders, and all those other things, which obviously we know happen. So we will engage our colleagues from the Ministry of Justice. Mrs. Chonya from Kafue, I'm happy that one of the resource center in Kafue is one of the biggest, as you have mentioned. And indeed, these are some of the issues that we are going to be dealing with. And I must make mention here, Mr. Chairman, that we have had a number of youth resource centers that were dealt with for the last, from 2020 to 2023. Now, this also obviously goes to what Mr. Chitotela mentioned. We've spent close to 46 million to deal with 23 youth resource centers across the country. So in as much as we have not gotten donor support, we still have gotten money out of Treasury to ensure that some of these youth resource centers are actually dealt with. And also, just to flirt with the idea that you brought in, and with regards to how we've managed to buy monitoring vehicles under CDF, police vehicles, and obviously we're going to get as ambulances through CDF. I think it would be interesting that you raise this issue with our colleague MPs to see how best we could work around having to build resource centers, among many other things that we're doing with our CDF. Mr. Chitotela, again, I think I did raise that matter. There's funds which were made readily available from Treasury to look into these youth resource centers building, and if indeed we start getting to engage more donors. And I must make mention, Mr. Chairman, that we have come to a point where donors have become more receptive to us as a country, thanks to our cabinet through Minister of Finance and National Planning, that we are starting to unlock most of these opportunities that are out there to be able to wool in as much donor support as we possibly can. Last but not least, Mr. Chairperson, Mr. Katakwe raised a very, very important aspect. It's a known fact that most of our boys and girls who were earmarked to get into most of these defense forces, unfortunately, failed some of those physical tests, very, very critical. Some of them are obese, some of them obviously lifestyle diseases. And I think it's important that we try to exercise as much as we can. Now, that obviously would fall under the same youth development that we're talking about, the youth resource centers that we have. And more so to just make sure that in as much as we get our boys and girls out there to be able to apply for these particular jobs, it's very, very important that we as parents get them into the habit of having to exercise. Even just taking a walk around the premises, the yard, even within the neighborhood, it's very, very important that our children get to that level. And indeed, just to join him as well, some of us were judokas. We were identified as judokas when we were young. And quite frankly, I think this is why you are seeing some of us looking very fit, as it were. We can stand for a very long time when we are debating. So, Mr. Chairperson, to finalize, I'd just like to thank the honorable members of parliament who did debate our head, and looking forward to a fruitful 2024. I submit, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you. I put the question. The question is that head 76, Ministry of Youth, Sport and Arts, head total 268,014,608 stands part of the estimate. As many of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Head 76, Ministry of Youth, Sport and Arts, head total 268,014,608 is ordered to stand as part of the estimate. We now move to head 77, Ministry of Defense. Head 77, Ministry of Defense, General Policy Debate. The Honorable Minister of Defense, Policy Statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity. I'm greatly honored to stand before this august House to present estimates of expenditure for the Ministry of Defense for the fiscal year 1st January to 31st of December 2024. Mr. Chairperson, allow me to congratulate the Minister of Finance and National Planning for presenting an all-inclusive 2024 national budget whose theme is unlocking economic potential. Mr. Chairperson, the 2024 budget estimates of expenditure is informed by A, the Ministry's mission, which is to preserve the sovereignty and territorial integrity for national peace and security. B, the current economic fundamentals. C, presidential pronouncements, various, and the UPND manifesto. D, the 2024 to 2026 budget core secular, and E, the 8th National Development Plan. Mr. Chairperson, allow me to now highlight some of the major achievements for the 2023 financial year using the above stated funds. Approved budget for 2023 is kwacha 7,462,455,638 kwacha. We got a supplementary budget of 956,346,657 kwacha disbursed as at 31st September 2023 was a total of 6,046,759 kwacha, giving a total of 8.418,802,295 billion kwacha. Disbursed and utilized as at September 30th, 2023 is 6,046,082,749 kwacha only. Operations. Mr. Chairperson, During the period under review, the ministry continued to monitor and provide land, maritime, and airspace security. This was through enhanced deployment of military personnel and equipment to protect and preserve the territorial integrity of the nation as enshrined in the ministry's mandate. In the quest to remain part of the global community in so far as maintenance of peace and security is concerned, the ministry continued to participate in peacekeeping and support operations in the region and beyond. In that regard, the ministry continued to deploy military and other auxiliary personnel in the Central African Republic and Cabo Delgado in Mozambique, as well as military observers in other conflict-afflicted nations within and beyond the region. Chairperson, allow me to inform this august House that in recognition of our defense forces' contribution and exemplary performance in peacekeeping and support operations, the United Nations appointed Lieutenant General Humphrey Nyone as the first Zambian force commander for the United Nations multi-dimensional integrated stabilization mission in Central African Republic, MINUSCO. Chairperson, in fulfillment of commitments by the New Dawn government, the President of the Republic of Zambia and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Force, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, signed the statutory instrument number 70 of 2022, which enabled Defense Force personnel on the United Nations and other multilateral sanctioned peace operations to be paid 100% of their allowances due. I'm therefore pleased to report that this and other measures implemented by this listening government has uplifted the welfare and morale of our defense personnel. Under food security. Under defense, food security is national security. In support, Chairperson of the Government of Policy on Food Security aimed at transforming Zambia's agricultural sector into a regional food basket, the ministry achieved the following. A total of 2,514 hectares were put under soybeans and wheat and tobacco. B, acquired 40,000 hectares of land across the country for crop and livestock production. C, expansion of fish ponds at the Zambia National Service, Chanyanya, 23 ponds constructed with 13 fully stocked with 632,000 fingerlings. C, under infrastructure development and rehabilitation, Chairperson, during the period under review, the ministry continued to undertake construction and rehabilitation works on feeder roads, bridges, and dams throughout the country. In this regard, the following projects were completed. A, various feeder roads were constructed and or rehabilitated. 203 kilometers primary feeder roads done. Mwinlunga and Manyinga Road, RD 86 was done. Mulenga and Kiafukuma Road, U20 was also done. Mukochi, Luano Road, Choma, Masuku Road. All these were done. B, under bridges and dams throughout the country, done were 4 dams in Sinazongwe, Monze, Solwezi, and Luwingu districts. Acro bridges were also done at Chiwema and Kasombo in Mumbwa and the Kabompo district, respectively. C, in collaboration with Road Development Agency, RDA, with the Road Development Agency, the ministry is currently carrying out maintenance work on 54.5 kilometer stretch, M10, Livingstone to Sesheke Road, as well as 116 kilometer stretch, T5, Solwezi to Mwinlunga Road. Further, the ministry is also undertaking rehabilitation works on a 70 kilometer stretch along Matebele Shangombo Road. D, in line with the presidential directive to open up the northern circuit to the rest of Zambia, I wish to report to this august House that the ministry, through the Zambia National Service, has completed earthworks and perimeter fencing of Kasama Airport in Northern Province, which was officially opened a few weeks ago. Underwater reticulation, Chairperson. In the quest to alleviate water and sanitation challenges in military cantonments, the ministry embarked on works to improve water reticulation system, beginning with military cantonments in Lusaka, Central and Copperbelt provinces. All these efforts are aimed at bettering the lives of our men and women in uniform and their families. E, aid to civil authorities. Madams, Mr. Chairperson, the ministry remains resolute in promoting civil-military relations. To this end, the ministry continues to collaborate with state organs and state institutions in times of public emergencies and national disasters. During the period under review, the ministry also provided support to food victims and participated in the haulage of maize across the country. Further, the ministry rendered support in combating infernos and also conducted air evacuations. Just recently, Mr. Chairperson, who were on the Copper Belt in Chingola helping with the disaster that just happened there. Our troops are there doing the needing. F, milling plants. Madam Speaker, with the operationalization of the 3 milling plants under Zambia National Service, I wish to report that production is steadily increasing. It is therefore envisaged that once additional milling plants are procured and operationalized, this will help to stabilize the milling meal prices in the country, which I think everybody has seen. In addition, the ministry has entered into a joint venture with Moose Milling in Chingola on the Copperbelt province, where currently production stands at over 3,000 times 25 kg bags of milling meal per day. The 2024 budget highlights. Mr. Chairperson, allow me now to give an overview of the ministry budget for the year 2024. The Ministry of Defense's budget estimate for the year beginning 1st January to 31st December 2024 is kwacha 9,131,929,205 kwacha. This represents 22% upward adjustment on the approved 2023 budget of kwacha 7,462,455,638 kwacha. Chairperson, of the 2024 budget estimates 5,927,543,123 kwacha, representing 79.43% of the total budget, will go towards personnel emoluments, while the balance of 1,534,912,510 kwacha, representing 21%, will be spent on recurrent departmental charges, infrastructure development, among others. Chairperson, having given this budget overview, allow me now to proceed with key features of the Ministry 2024 budget and priorities on which it will be utilized. Defense and security. In order to continue safeguarding the territorial integrity of the nation and maintaining world peace, the ministry will continue deploying men and women in uniform.
May you wind up?
Thank you very much. In uniform, both local and international fronts. In this regard, part of this budget will go towards recurrent and new recruitment of new officers and regular soldiers, with a target of 8,000 officers and regular soldiers to upscale the operational capacity of the and presence in all the 10 provinces. This is also aimed at reducing youth unemployment. So we are going to do the recruitment. We are also going to do enhance our productivity in the agricultural sector, and also we shall embark upon the modernization of the defense force, Mr. Chairperson. And in conclusion, as I conclude, allow me to express my profound gratitude to Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Zambia and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Force, and also to the honorable members of this august House for the continued support to ensure that the Ministry fulfills its mandate of defending the country's sovereignty and territorial integrity. In making the appreciation, the Ministry pledges to continue to contribute to the national food security and economic development through various economic ventures highlighted above. We are committed to contributing fully to the social and economic transformation agenda of the United Party for National Development New Dawn government. May I also thank the men and women in uniform for carrying out their duties with integrity, professionalism, commitment, and dedication. I now call upon the Honorable House, honorable members of this august House to fully and unanimously support my ministry's budget estimates for the year 2024 as presented. Chairperson, I thank you.
Any further debate? Mr. Bino Mpundu.
Chairperson, thank you so much. I must say it's good to be back. As you can see, Chair, despite withholding allowances, I'm still fit and fine, healthy. So it's good to be back. Mr. Chairperson, we are discussing Head 77, the Ministry of Defense. Minister, I want to say, I love you, you are a sober man, and so we will support this ministry and the allocation. Now, Chairperson, the Ministry of Defense has a mandate of maintaining internal and external security through the preservation, protection, and defense of the country in a professional manner in order to maintain the peace and security of the citizenry. Those are very important, words to be underlined. The role of the defense forces is to maintain the peace and security of the citizenry. It doesn't matter, Chairperson, that we have never been at war since we got independence. The Ministry of Defense still has that mandate of continuing to be on the watch, on the lookout, so that the citizenry are not under threat. That is why, in executing this mandate, the minister at his disposal has got 3 security wings: the Zambia Army, the Air Force, and ZNS. Very important wings that should ensure that these mandates or this mandate is attained. This ministry requires a lot of money, Chairperson. In other countries like the United States, the budget allocates huge sums of money towards security. You hear the USA giving, other countries huge sums of money, like Egypt. $1 billion every year towards security is given to them from the United States. So you can see how much countries values the defense department of the country. Here, we also need to continue to allocate huge sums of money to the ministry, which is why, Chairperson, when I was away, I was at pain to see money being wasted. People sharing money in fake compensations. That money, Mr. Speaker, must be preserved.
Order, may you take your seat? The debate in the House now is Head 77,
yes, sir.
Minister of Defense. So there's a policy statement that has been presented. So what you should look at is what has been presented to the House vis-a-vis Minister of Defense. Now you are talking about things that are not here or there about compensation. Who are you to determine who has been compensated or not? May you continue and ensure that you don't talk about it.
Chairperson, I wish you don't engage in a debate because then you lose yourself. We are talking about allocating money. We are talking about preserving national resources towards critical areas.
Honorable Member, I've guided you. And there's no need for you to start challenging me, no. Because if you continue, the door is open.
Chairperson, for the sake of representing my people, I'm prepared to go anytime. Let me inform the House, Chairperson. When uniformed men, Chairperson, in the statement, the mandate of the ministry is to maintain the peace and security of the citizenry. The two, maintaining peace and security, are contrary to the actions of security wings who are out shooting people. There is a gentleman who is in UTH from Luapula province who was shot by the military wings. There is a boy who was shot in Kankoyo. So when you see the mandate of the ministry to preserve and maintain the peace and security, we do not expect to see men in uniform who are being given these colossal sums of money, 9.1 billion kwacha, to go and do the opposite, taking away life. Mr. Speaker, or Chairperson, we expect the men and women in uniform to be professional, because that is the core mandate of the wings of security, to act professional. Under the charge of the Minister of Defense are three wings. Chairperson, I'll start with ZNS. I am a ZNS boy myself. I grew up in the National Service. My father used to work in the National Service camp in Kitwe. He's late. My father is late. He was a hard worker, Chairperson. Then, Chairperson, the ZNS was created as a skills and production wing of the Ministry of Defense. These problems we are having today of shortages of meal cannot happen if we invest in that defense wing to produce as much for the consumption of the citizenry. Some of these small projects that are being constructed, that are being blown off, substandard works, can easily be managed professionally if ZNS is involved. Because I remember my father got promoted up to the rank of staff sergeant without proper education because of having proved his hard work when they were constructing Mlungush Textile. Which is why, Chairperson, this is an important wing of the Ministry of Defense. We must do so much to invest in ZNS so that they can go and preserve the resources of this country by monitoring that Mukula doesn't go out of this country because of the checkpoints that have been moved away. That is what we must be using the defense forces for. When they take away the checkpoints, there must be the defense forces who must be on the lookout so that our resources are not being taken out by selfish individuals. Those resources, Chairperson, we must add value so that the country can have enough resources to attend to other needs. Chairperson, I have a problem when we spend $194 million, as per the report I've read on social media, on buying a presidential jet to safeguard the life of our sitting president, equipped with modern technology.
Honorable member, I've been listening to your debate.
So,
you should be very factual. You spoke about people being shot. You don't have evidence to substantiate your claims.
Come on.
And we can't be here seated, wasting taxpayers' money, listening to your social media browsing that you've done. I think we have got more serious work to do. Anything that you've gotten from social media remains at home. Here we are dealing with facts. So we can't be bringing the name of the president or presidents in disrepute basing on your social media interaction. So ensure that be factual as you debate.
Chairperson, because you are out of touch with facts, there is a boy in Kankoyo who was shot by ZNS. That's fact.
Honorable member, I've guided you.
Chair, you want facts? The fact, sir, is that
Honorable member, may you take your seat? Take your seat. Honorable Katuta.
What facts does he want? If that's not fact, what does he want?
Honorable Katuta.
Thank you, Chairperson, for allowing the people of Chiengi to debate this very important budget line. Chairperson, as alluded to by the previous debater, this ministry is supposed to get more of the share of the national budget.
Point running comments, Honorable Member Funkana. You may continue.
Thank you. Chairperson, we have a report that's showing that Zambia is in danger of having to have
Continue, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chairperson. Food security in Zambia is on the verge of, how can I put it? We are likely to have food shortages in our country. And I've always been debating, whenever it came to Ministry of Defense, I've always wondered as to why we should only have the 40,000 hectares. Chairperson, in Northwestern Province, we have Maeva, and it's about 500,000 hectares. And I've been expecting the government to take over that land and relocate the people who are there and turn that into an agriculture department or section of the Ministry of Defense. As much as I appreciate what the Minister of Defense has said in his statement, Chairperson, this country is heavily indebted. And I've been expecting the Ministry of Defense to announce to the Zambians that now we are growing, what do we call Ichamba, because that's where we were expected to get. I beg your pardon? Ichamba is what? I know it as Ichamba. Ibange. Dakar, that's Afrikaans, or even in English is Dakar. Okay. Mr. Chairperson, we are heavily indebted and we are always concentrating on the minerals, which do not even give us the value, which we do not even own, even if the minerals are in our country. If we can start growing Ichamba, by now we would have not been talking of IMF, Mr. Chairperson. But I've been wondering, because I hear that Mwense and I think it's Kalomo, they've been identified as farm blocks for Ivangi. But what is happening up to now? By now, we would have not been talking about the dates that we're talking about. We should have been focused that we're going to make money, because this kind of money that we would get from Ivangi is good money, Mr. Chairperson. My appeal to the government is that this thing of wanting to grow only maize, maybe export to DRS and other places, it's not going to help us to come out of our predicament. We are supposed to grow Ichamba. It's got so much value. I think Ichamba is close to Sujilite when you talk about value. So I want to ask this Ministry of Defense to go back to its drawing table. Say, look, we have the quality chamber is found in Eastern Province. I hope it's not in Ruangeni. But that's where we find but it's a fact. In East, I'm serious, people. But I was told that that's why we have the quality chamber is in Eastern Province, most likely in Ruangeni. Honorables, but it's a fact. It's the high quality we have of Ichamba in this land of Zambia is found in Eastern Province. If the ministry can go in Eastern Province and get that. Sorry, Chairperson. Oh, I thought the Chairperson was talking to me. As for me,
point of order by the Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on a serious point of order pursuant to item 65 of our guiding fact. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, could the honorable member please tell us how she identified the quality, efficacy of and potency of what we grow in Eastern Province compared to what she normally takes? May she please clarify?
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I know that the Honorable Member should be talking from experience after maybe being around the country where she met I think the hardest. So I think that one she's talking from experience for what she has had. May the Honorable Member continue.
Mr. Chairperson, I know the guilt are always afraid. Somebody must be guilty. But, Mr. Chairperson, the truth of the matter, there's a report that the chamber that is grown in Eastern Province is the high quality. And this is what I want to insist. As for me, I support this budget. I'm so passionate about Home Affairs, Ministry of Defense and Health, because I know these are the things that affect all the Zambians. And when it comes to that, there are no politics. Please, Mr. Chairperson, we need that chamber from Eastern Province. I'm not too sure. I know why the Minister of Agriculture, why he stood up. He wants to hide that quality, but we need it, Mr. Chairperson. So I would want again to appeal to the Ministry of Defense. As this is my 7th year in this house, August House, I've been talking about this chamber from the time it was introduced. And I hope in the next budget we'll be told that we've gotten about, at least to start with, the 40,000 hectares we're talking about will be for this chamber. And like giving the licenses to investors or any other Zambian. That's what I wanted to say, Mr. Chair. May this government look into growing Ichamba so that we can start exporting it for medicinal purposes, of course, so that we can start exporting it and we make some revenue to cushion and also to be able to say to the dates that the government is having. With the few remarks, I would want to say, honorables from Eastern Province, Rwangeni, and also others, please kindly, we need that chamber. I thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Mr. Katakwe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson, once again for giving me this chance to add a voice. Ministry of Defense Head, 77. Mr. Chairman, let me begin by looking at the mandate in brief. The mandate of the Ministry of Defense: maintain internal and external security, preservation, protection, defense of the country in a professional manner in order to maintain peace and security for the citizenry and contribute to national development. Mr. Chairperson, I'll be able to stress a few areas in this regard. The Minister just alluded to the issue of food security, and we do appreciate the effort that the National Service, for instance, taking in order to contribute to food security. And recently I heard the ZAF commander in Kasama talking about ZAF acquiring land and also getting engaged into farming, which is a welcome idea, which requires that the Defense Department or Means of Defense need to be allocated even more resources, like we heard from other members who have debated. In relating to food security, Mr. Chairperson, indeed we need to see more land being given to the Defense Force, like in my case in Mushindamo district. I know that the National Service have been pushing for a land there, which the chiefs agreed to give them, so they're able to establish farming farms there, and also the milling plant. This needs to be encouraged, and we need to see more involvement of our men and women in uniform so that they are able to provide the much needed food security to our nation. We want to see ZAF shooting hunger out of the people's homes. We want to see the national service, with their calisthenic skills, making sure that hunger is kicked out of our homes. We want to see even the correction service, the Zambia police getting involved. We know that Zambia police rely there, they're skilled in farming and so on. So we need to see them grow more vegetables so that we can enhance our human health. Relating to security, coming from a border area, Mr. Chairman, through you to the Minister of Defense, we know that ZNS, yes, they have been doing a good job in terms of security, but I call your ministry to allocate more resources, especially when it comes to the issues of transport. Our men and women in uniform in the border area, I'm speaking on behalf of the ZNS people in my district, they do not even have a bicycle, not even a motorbike. How can they provide security in the border area? Last time I was in the constituency there, along the border area from Chirilabombe going to the border there, I found wrecked minibuses from DRC getting firewood, getting charcoal from the Zambian side. Even some trucks from DRC loaded with our own timber cut from our forest, depleting our forest in the border area. And the ZNS were just there. I asked them. They said, no, we don't even have anything to use to patrol the area. So what kind of security are they providing there? If they just allow these guys from DRC freely walking into our country and cutting timber, causing deforestation. So we need to see more allocation of resources so that our men and women in uniform along the border areas should be provided with transport. Today, if you try to call them, I say there is a case somewhere, they will tell you it will take even 2-3 days. Last time, through you, Mr. Chairperson, I called the Minister of Defense that there were some issues along the border there. Okay? But it was difficult for these men to patrol the area because of lack of transport. How can people go there and just be dumped there to provide security but not transport? Mr. Minister, please look into that. I remember when we were young, we used to have what we used to call it mobile, the mobile units in the border area. These people had vehicles during that time of Kaunda and the other governments that followed that time. We used to see them use vehicles we used to call Arrow. Those small but very portable vehicles for the terrain. But this time, nothing. You just put them at Kilumba station there, you put them at Kalindi station there, nothing. You go and see how they are living, you would wonder. If anything borders on security happens there, are they going to respond immediately? Worse off, even communication towers. Mr. Chairperson, through you, Defense Minister, our border areas need to be provided with security communication system. Right now, if you want to call the DJOC at the border, it will take you maybe 3-4 hours in order to get in touch with them because no network. So what kind of security is that? We need to sit with that, more resources allocated, and through your ministry, Ministry of Technology, Science and Technology, make sure that we have communication towers at our border areas so that anything to do with security is quickly responded to. Mr. Chairperson, I want to emphasize that our men in uniform should be professional. And I'm glad, Minister, that today you are in touch with our chiefs in order trying to resolve the issues in our border area. They lamented, just like I've been lamenting here. But at least there's some assurance now that that issue should be resolved. We need our men to be professional. I emphasize on that. Not where they are able to compromise. Because when they go there, they've got no vehicles to patrol. What happens? They start getting involved in illicit issues. They begin to beat our people who are just transporting one medal of maize to the border, leaving those bourgeois with trucks taking maize to the border area. But the poor citizens in Chief Chikola, Chief Musaka are being beaten day in and day out. Minister, let our men have the much needed facilities so that they are able to provide security and not beating people. Let them be professional. So I thought, Mr. Chairman, I needed to add my voice in this area. Please, we need more resource allocation. I want to, this time when I go to the constituency, to hear that the ZNS, they have got a vehicle in order to patrol along the border area. Or they have motorbikes to patrol those areas. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, as I support this head.
Mr. Mngando. Thank you, Chair. Let me also join my colleagues in supporting the Minister of Defense head. Honorable Chair, clearly the mandate of our defense wings is to protect this country. And they've done so from time immemorial. We enjoy the peace. We wake up at times, even insult each other as politicians freely, knowing that the security of our country is in safe hands. For that, we are very grateful. Honorable Chairperson, to serve in a defense force or wing in other countries like US, Britain, and many others is a privilege. Actually, families are recognized based on their service to the country through the defense force. The amount of money that is allocated to our defense forces, Honorable Minister, is so insufficient. We are lucky we are a peaceful nation. But the world is changing. Political dynamics, geopolitics are changing. I've looked at the figures. For me, I think we can do better. These are people that should be equipped with almost everything. We are talking of ZNS. How many helicopters does ZNS own? It's like we believe that most of these machines should only be owned by Zambia Air Force. To the contrary, almost all defense wings should be fully equipped with what they need to protect this country. If anything, the Defense Honorable Chairperson should be the center of attraction for those children who are intellectually gifted. This is where innovation comes from. We are talking of internet. We are talking of 5G, which they've given to us now as civilians to use. These are things that were developed in the defense forces. So if we are to move as a nation, we can talk of the road infrastructure. Most of developed countries, their road infrastructure is designed on a security basis. How quickly, for example, should we have a situation our security forces will be able to reach Tunduma border? How quickly will they be able to reach Kalabo? They are the ones to design. And not only that, we should, it's my proposal going forward, we should be able to attract the best of our youths in terms of intellectuality into defense forces. That is where best doctors should be, best engineers should be. Have we made these deliberate policies as a nation? Probably the answer is no. If you look at this amount, Honorable Minister, people of Chama South are of the view that you can bring a supplementary budget. We'll be able to approve it. Let's play with everything else, not the needs of our defense forces. We have a barrack which was under construction here in Kamala, Libala area. It has stalled. We should not allow that. Can we complete that? Next year we should complete that so that our defense personnel should be able to occupy decent housing. Honorable Chairperson, when it comes to ZNS, if you want to remove FISIP, for me, I'm an advocate of completely scrapping of FISIP because it has never benefited our people. It is fertilizer supply scandals and many others who are benefiting. Actually, we've kept that program particularly to benefit individuals. So I'm of the view, Honorable Chairperson, that all subsidies to do with food production for strategic food reserve, our defense wings, particularly ZNS, is capable. I know the man leading ZNS. I know when we were at CBU, he was captain, now he's a general, Solochi. He's capable of giving us everything that we need. So, Honorable Minister, as you discuss with the Minister of Agriculture, can we move all the fertilizer for strategic food reserve to ZNS? Let the people move to the loans scheme. As simple as that. They'll produce. All these talks of giving 10% land to foreigners, it's not even required. We have capable men, and if possible, we reintroduce our children to be going to ZNS farms after graduating. This is what brings about patriotism to the nation. So for us, Honorable Chairperson, we totally, completely support this head on a condition that you bring a supplementary budget so that we allocate more money for farming and other equipment, including completion of a very, very beautiful barrack in Lusaka South, including the roads, infrastructure. They are able to handle all that. With these few remarks, I wish to support the head Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Defense, wind up debate.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity to wind up a debate on Head 77, Ministry of Defense. I would like to take this opportunity, obviously, to thank Mr. Gangombe, who was the first to start debating, Honorable Katuta, Honorable Katakwe, and the Honorable Member of Parliament for Chama South. I think it is obvious that all the members, and I'm sure even those who have not debated, are in full support of the head. And apart from that, they obviously mentioned the inadequacy of the budget to do most of the activities and operations that are mandated under the Ministry of Defense. But obviously, as you all know, budget and resources are always limited, and so I'm sure the Ministry of Finance is looking into this and has done its best to apportion what is required for us as Ministry of Defense to be able to provide some of these services in order to preserve peace and the integrity of this country. We are, as much as possible, is humanly possible, making sure that our cadre, our officers and cadre, men and women in uniform, are as professional as they can be. Yes, they may lack resources here and there, operational resources, vehicles, etc., like Mr. Katakwe has pointed out. This is provided for in part. Of course, it's a long-term issue. It's provided in part by the budget that we are supporting and are going to pass. Otherwise, I want to correct one item which is very, very important and I think might be misleading, and that is an item that was brought about by Honorable Kangombe on presidential jet. This administration has not bought any presidential jet at all. The only presidential jet that was bought, as you know, which was even debated here on the floor of this parliament, was the one that the previous administration bought at approximately 120 million United States dollars. So that social media clip on or accusing this government for having bought another presidential jet is totally false. To the contrary, the presidential jet that was bought by the previous administration is due for disposal, as I had indicated. And any time the jet will be disposed of, and we shall buy in its stead something that is reasonable, which the president will then be able to utilize. Agriculture, in terms of agriculture, this Ministry of Defense is very, very serious on ensuring that the defense forces, not only Zambia National Service, but the army as well as ZAF, are seriously engaged in agricultural production. And so in every province, we are going to acquire land for that purpose. Concerning chamba or cannabis, as was indicated by Honorable Katuta here, we are seriously considering it and will be in production come this coming year, fiscal year 2024. Seriously, it is a money spinner, and we, as Zambia National Service especially, which is supposed to be responsible for the same, will be engaging in this activity and ensure that it starts bringing money and revenue to this country. Otherwise, honorable members, I would like to thank you most sincerely for supporting this head, Zambia Defense Forces. Very, very important for peace and tranquility. I thank you most sincerely.
I put the question. The question is at head 77, Minister of Defense, head total 9 billion,
131,929,205 stands part of the estimate. As many of that opinion say aye, of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Head 77, Ministry of Defense. Head total 9,131,929,205 is ordered to stand as part of the estimate. We make progress by prior arrangement. We should have done, should I say we are going to head 80, Ministry of Education. We were supposed to do head 66, Ministry of Technology and Science. As the time is 1640 hours, I suspend business for 20 minutes for health break.
Thank you for still watching Parliament Television. The Committee of Supply has taken a 20 minutes break, and under consideration at the time business was being suspended, the Committee of Supply had just concluded considering Head 77, Ministry of Defense, and when they come back after the break, we expect them to resume committee work on Head 80, Ministry of Education.
And when business resumed at 14:30, the House did consider one question for oral answer under Standing Order 74, and thereafter Wengwa Member of Parliament Mr. Kasauta Michelo, standing in his place, sought leave of the House to defer the consideration of the report of the Committee on Agriculture, Lands and Natural Resources on the performance audit report on the implementation of the Farmer Input Support Program FISIP 2018 to 2022 for the third session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 29th November 2023 to a later date. After that, the House did resolve into Committee of Supply to consider estimates of revenue and expenditure, and the House has so far considered two heads. And so this is just the business that has been considered on the floor of the House from the time it resumed at 14:30. Just now we go on a break. Remember, business of the House will resume at 17 hours. Keep watching Parliament Television. Good afternoon.
The Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, CPA, exists to develop, promote and support parliamentarians and their staff to identify benchmarks of good governance and to implement the enduring values of the Commonwealth. It is for this reason that the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, CPA, held the Africa Region Capacity Development Seminar for members of parliament from various CPA branches and sub-branches. The seminar was held at Grand Palace Hotel in Lusaka from 27th to 30 November 2023 under the theme, Reforming Land Tenure Systems in Africa for Sustainable Development. Speaking during the official opening of the Capacity Development Seminar for Members of Parliament, the First Deputy Speaker, Honorable Malungo Chisangano MP, said that the seminar is not just about acquiring knowledge and skills, but also to build relationships and networking.
The need to build capacity in members of parliament in various thematic areas cannot be overemphasized. You all agree with me that a well-informed member of parliament is not just an asset to their constituents, but also to their country at large. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, one of the objectives of the CPA African region is to build capacity in members of parliament and staff who assist members as they undertake their work. It is for this reason that I'm very delighted to see you members and staff of various parliaments gathered here today, dedicating your valuable time against other competing engagements to undergo capacity building. I'm also hopeful that participants will discuss adaptive strategies and policies to mitigate the adverse impacts of climate change on economic development. This seminar is also a platform to foster awareness among MPs about the role of legislation and parliamentary oversight in addressing climate change challenges. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, the resource persons for this seminar have been carefully selected to ensure that the topics are adequately tackled so that at the end of the seminar, we have members of parliament that are well informed on issues of land tenure systems and climate change and how these have impacted our social and economic development. Ultimately, the participants will be fully equipped to address these issues in our various parliaments and nations at large. I'm hopeful that recommendations that will arise from the discussions in this seminar will go a long way in addressing the impacts of land tenure systems and climate change in our various countries. I hereby implore you to ensure that these recommendations are implemented in our various countries to make Africa a better place to live in. I would like to express my gratitude to all who have been involved in organizing this seminar. To the CPA Africa Region Secretariat, resource persons, the staff of the National Assembly of Zambia, and everyone who worked in the background, I say thank you. Your dedication and hard work have made this event possible, and I'm confident that it will be a resounding success.
Commonwealth Parliamentary Association CPA Vice President Zambia Branch Dr. Christopher Kalila, who is also Lukulu East Member of Parliament, said continuous capacity development of members of Parliament is key in developing competences and skills that make members of Parliament more effective and efficient in the performance of their functions, thereby fostering social and economic development.
I'm therefore delighted to note that participants have taken their time off from their ever demanding schedules, I must mention, to come and participate in this very important event. It is for this reason that I commend the CPA Africa region for holding hands with the CPA Zambia branch to host this seminar. I would like to commend the Honorable Madam Speaker, who is the President of the Zambia branch, for whom I'm Vice President, and indeed the entire complement of staff of the National Assembly for having made sure that we fill in the gap and host you to this very important workshop on land tenure systems in Africa and also climate change. Of course, the second topic is a living topic, it's the topic of the current moment, climate change, which each and every one of you obviously has an experience to. I'm informed in Tanzania almost every day is El Nino, which was never the case before. So basically, this is a very important subject. And also, it's a contribution of the CPA Africa region to ensure that we hold these capacity building seminars and workshops on various aspects of our day-to-day work. And this particular one is on land and also climate change. So, as I've said, land is the original source of all our material wealth. And as such, matters of land are cardinal to sustainable development of any country. Further, the effects of climate change have impacted and continue to impact our economies, and therefore discussions around these areas of common interest are very important as they create an opportunity for information sharing and the exchange of ideas in overcoming the challenges. The next 2 days will therefore be crucial in finding solutions to the challenges that we face as a region and as individual countries.
And CPA branch representative from Tanzania, Honorable Rose Tweve, thanked the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association Zambia branch for organizing such an important seminar for honorable members of parliament from various branches.
Hosting a seminar such as this is not one easy, but the welcome and hospitality that we have received since we have arrived is simply amazing. It's for this reason that we thank CPA Zambia branch for the generous offer to host this seminar. One of the objectives of CPA is continuous capacity development of Member of Parliament. The seminar therefore gives us the opportunity to deliberate on the important topics, issues that have been arranged. It gives us opportunity to widen our knowledge on land and climate change and related issues that have really affected our various countries. We say thank you for the opportunity. Honorable guests of honor, Zambia is renowned for its peaceful and wonderful hospitality. Coming here has made us not only experience this peace, but also enjoy the hospitality that Zambia have to offer.
On the second day of the seminar, members of parliament were taken through a presentation by the acting content advisor Nhlanhla Gininza on the effects of climate change on African economies.
With climate change, what is happening is that it creates a bleaching of the corals. Corals are supposed to be colorful, not whitish. So with bleaching of the corals, no one wants to dive in bleached corals. So with climate change, what happens is that it increases the acidity of the oceans. When the acidity of the ocean increases, it also affects the reproduction of some of the shellfish. The shell becomes soft. When the shell is soft, it means that it cannot withstand some of the growth challenges and the molting stages. Let's leave those details. But it affects the sectors that are linked to fisheries, whether it's the distribution of fish species out of the fishing grounds into other areas, or whether it's the reproduction of some of the species. We've seen that throughout Africa, and now it might also create a problem where fish stocks are moving from one country and they're now more in another country, because it also has a direct bearing on jobs that are being supported by these sectors. About 55% of jobs that are in Africa are in the agricultural space, where in 2021 the estimation is that 230 million people are employed in the agricultural sector. And with some of the agricultural practices that have not been kept in check, we are now having a situation where productivity is declining in some of the areas, where, for example, in other areas it has declined by as much as 34% when you look over time from 1961 to where we are now. And then you also have the problem of desertification. When you have more and more of the land becoming sandy because of extreme heat, it means that there are certain crops that you won't be able to grow in those areas anymore. If health-related risks increase over the years, it may mean that the costs to the GDP might also increase, which needs to be urgently attended to, because we can't have a situation where the cost just from health alone is $2.4 trillion. It has a long, particularly in Africa, where we have a lot of people working for themselves. So if you can't work on that day, it means that there's no income. Then combined with others who are unable to work because of these of health-related challenges, it then sums up to those figures. It's a lot of money that is being lost.
During the plenary session, honorable members of parliament from various CPA branches and sub-branches to Zambia had an opportunity to seek clarity on the effects of climate change on African economies. During the close of the seminar, Commonwealth Parliamentary Association CPA Vice President Zambia Branch Dr. Christopher Kalila, who is also Lukulu East Member of Parliament, conveyed special thanks and appreciation to the CPA Regional Secretariat and the CPA Zambia Branch for co-organizing the Africa Region Capacity Development Seminar for Members of Parliament.
Allow me first to convey, as usual, my appreciation to the CPA Regional Secretariat led by Daniel and the CPA Zambia Branch who came to our aid to organize this training. I would also like to thank all the resource persons for sharing important knowledge on land tenure systems and climate change and how they impact social and economic development. I wish also to thank the participants who have attended the seminar. I'm made to believe they raised pertinent questions and shared experiences on land issues and mitigating interventions to reduce the effect of climate change. Let me congratulate all of you for your dedication and active engagement in the learning experience. Indeed, we all of us have a lot to learn, particularly from the good feedback. I understand that your learning experience covered in-depth information on land tenure systems in Africa, climate change, and how these impact our social economic development. I also understand that there was intense discussions on the issue of land. I must make mention that issues of land are very emotive in every country because land goes to the core of our very existence. I'm therefore delighted to know that the issue was adequately discussed. I'm further informed that the topic on climate change elicited a lot of interventions due to widespread nature of the effects of climate change in all our countries. I have carefully listened. I sat through to the resolutions of this seminar. It is clear from the resolutions that the two topics have been adequately addressed, including the roadmap for the way forward, to ensure that it does not just become another talking shop. I therefore implore all of us, participants, to ensure that these resolutions are implemented in our member parliaments and countries in general.
On the Vice President's question time.
Questions for oral answer understanding order number 76.
For a matter to be admitted, it has to be of recent occurrence.
Continue watching Parliament TV, a channel dedicated to bring Parliament closer to you.
You can now advertise on Parliament Television and Parliament Radio. For more information, call 0977 854102 or 0977 536487. Parliament Television, bringing Parliament closer to you.
Welcome back and thank you for still watching Parliament Television. Business of the House will resume at 17 hours and when business resumes, we expect the Committee of Supply to continue with committee work and The committee is expected to begin considering Head 80, Ministry of Education, and this is due to prior arrangement. Other heads that we expect the Committee of Supply to consider include Head 66, Ministry of Technology and Science.
We also expect the House to consider Head 62, Ministry of Energy, and Head 35, Ministry of Small and Medium Enterprise Development.
And the other head that the Committee of Supply is expected to consider is Head 86, Ministry of Fisheries and Livestock. So those are the heads that we expect the Committee of Supply to consider. And earlier on, the Committee of Supply did consider Head 76, Ministry of Youth, Sport and Arts, Head 77, Ministry of Defense.
And the approved budget allocation for Head 76, which is Ministry of Youth, Sport and Arts, is 268,014,608 kwacha.
And for Head 77, Ministry of Defense, the approved budgetary allocation is 9,131,929,205 kwacha.
And when business resumed at 14:30, the House did consider one question for oral answer under Standing Order 74, a question that came from Kalawo Central Member of Parliament, Mr. Chinga Miyutu. And just now we take you to the floor of the House.
Mr. Chairperson.
Present in the House, it is a requirement that 1/3 of members of Parliament have to be present for business to be transacted. So once a quorum is constituted, we expect business of the House to resume, and we expect the Committee of Supply to continue to resume committee work, and we expect them to start considering Head 80, which is the Ministry of Education.
And still to be considered is Head 66, Ministry of Technology and Science. We also expect the House to consider Head 62, Ministry of Energy.
The Committee of Supply is also expected to consider Head 35, Ministry of Small and Medium Enterprise Development, Head 86, Ministry of Fisheries and Livestock. So those are the heads that we expect the Committee of Supply to consider.
And when business resumed at 14:30, the House did consider one question for oral answer under Standing Order 74. This question came from Kalawo Central Member of Parliament, Mr. Chinga Miyutu, and he directed this question to the Minister of Education. He wanted to find out a question in 3 parts. In Part A, how many retired teachers had not paid their terminal benefits as of December 2022? In Part B, what the cause of the delay in paying the terminal benefits was, and in Part C, when the benefits will be paid. And so we'll be able to share with you the answers of this question later on.
Just in case you just tuned in, bells are still ringing. There seems to be no quorum yet in the House. It is a requirement that 1/3 of members of Parliament need to be present for business to be transacted on the floor of the House. Once a quorum is constituted, we do expect the Committee of Supply to resume committee work, and Head 80, Ministry of Education, is expected to be considered once the committee work resumes.
And when business resumed at 14:30, after consideration of one question for oral answer under Standing Order 74, Wengwa Member of Parliament, Mr. Kasauta Michelo, standing in his place, sought leave of the House to defer the consideration of the report of the Committee on Agriculture, Lands and Natural Resources on the performance audit report on the implementation of the Farmer Input Support Program FISIP 2018 to 2022 for the 3rd session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 28th November 2023 to a later date.
When business was suspended, the Committee of Supply had just concluded considering Head 77, Ministry of Defense. We now move to Head 80, Ministry of Education.
Thank you.
Order. Wait, Honorable Minister. Head 80, Ministry of Education, General Policy Debate. The Honorable Minister of Education, Policy Statement.
Thank you, Chairperson. May I take this opportunity to thank you for allowing me to present a policy statement for Head 80, Ministry of Education, in support of the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year 2024. Chairperson, the mandate of my ministry is to formulate and implement government policies as provided for in the Government Gazette, Notice Number 1123 of 2021. In implementing our mandate, my ministry is guided by its vision, that is to provide quality, lifelong education for all, which is accessible, inclusive, and relevant to individuals' national and global needs, which align with the 8th National Development Plan and SDG 4. I have outlined a brief review of achievements made in 2023. Chairperson, the 2023 budget allocation to my ministry was 20.3 billion kwacha, out of which 15.2 billion kwacha was for personal emoluments, while 5.1 billion kwacha was for non-personal emoluments, with the following achievements. In terms of early childhood education, the objective of this program is to secure quantitative and qualitative improvement in ECE service delivery through guidelines and standards, and increasing the proportion of 3 to 6 year old children who have equitable access to ECE. In terms of achievements during the period, a total of 500 ECE centers were annexed to primary schools. In a bid to improve access, 20 ECE hubs were constructed countrywide, while resulting in 284,000 children aged 3 to 6 years accessing ECE. A total of 2,285 teachers were recruited between 2021 and 2023 and reviewed the ECE curriculum in readiness for curriculum reform. In terms of primary education, the objective of this program is to provide for free and compulsory education to all learners from grade 1 to grade 7. In terms of achievement, enrollments under this subsector grew from 3.6 million in 2021 to 4.5 million children in 2023. We procured and delivered 1,264,845 teaching and learning materials countrywide. There were improvements in the teacher preparedness and learner skill acquisition, especially in reading and numeracy. And also we had a total of 26,292 primary teachers who were recruited during the period of 2021 to 2023. In terms of secondary school, the objective of this program is to ensure the quality of education standards by improving student-teacher contact hours and increasing the proportion of fully qualified teachers, gender equity and parity, a two-tier secondary education system. In terms of achievement, 82 secondary schools constructed under the Zambia Enhancing Education Project were constructed, consisting of 410 classrooms, which translated to 23,124 enrollment spaces created. Out of the 82 projects, 41 schools have been completed and are operational, while the remaining 41 schools are near completion, with minor works currently being finalized. Of those 82 schools, 10 of them have weekly boarding units for girls with a capacity of 44 bed spaces each. A total of 3,451 teachers were recruited in the subsector. In terms of youth and adult literacy, the objective of this program is to increase youth and adult literacy levels through literacy and functional literacy education that is focused on skills development. In terms of achievement, we established 106 youth and adult literacy education centers across the country, enrolling an additional 500 learners, printed and distributed 2,000 yearbooks, and enrolled 27,600 out-of-school children for increased access to raw educational levels. We also continued enrolling youth for skills training in schools for continued education nationwide. We also delivered 3,456 educational e-content teaching and learning materials. We also continued enhancing quality education provision through educational broadcasting services and radio and television, and also developed 500 radio and television lessons, as well as cross-cutting programs. In terms of university education, the achievements during this period, we concluded the baseline study, which proposed a reform program aimed at improving the efficiencies in public universities. We reviewed the university financing strategy and consultants working on a new financing strategy for public universities. Also facilitated the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding between our public universities and foreign universities to enhance research, collaboration, and exchange programs for both staff and students. We appointed university councils in all 8 public universities and boards of statutory bodies, namely Higher Education Authority, Higher Education Loans and Scholarship Board, and Higher Education Authority. We also restored meal allowances for public university students. We also enhanced public-private partnership universities, supported 27,623 with student loans and scholarships. We continued paying all outstanding interim payment certificates for contractors in our public universities. And lastly, we also continued the construction of university infrastructure. In terms of management and support services, in this period under review, the ministry provides cross-cutting support to core programs through management and support program, resulting into ensuring of the prudent utilization of resources and efficiency delivery of services. Rollout of the integrated financial management system to all the 10 provinces, to all the provincial education offices. We also reduced audit queries by strengthening administrative systems. We also finalized the development of the strategic plan, which I will be launching soon. Chairperson, in terms of our budget 2024, budget estimates and policy direction, let me now outline the 2024 estimated expenditure. The 2024 budgetary allocation to the Ministry of Education stands at 23.2 billion kwacha, compared to 20.3 billion kwacha allocated in 2023, representing a 14.1% increment. In terms of early childhood education, the allocation has increased from 462.2 million kwacha in 2023 to 529 million kwacha in 2024. This is attributed to government's effort to enhance early childhood education through the Zambia Enhancement of Early Learning project from the Global Partnership for Education and increased allocation of the school grants. In terms of primary education, being the largest subsector providing education for grades 1 to 7, primary education program has been allocated 13.3 billion kwacha in 2024, compared to 12.2 billion kwacha in 2023. The increase is largely attributed to increased enrollments and continued increased school grants. Chairperson, in terms of secondary education, the ministry has increased the total allocation to the secondary education program from 4.97 billion kwacha in 2023 to 5.551 billion kwacha in 2024. This is largely attributed to the increased personal emoluments as a result of teacher recruitment. In addition, 1 billion has also been allocated towards capital expenditure under the secondary school program, largely for completion of construction of school infrastructure and rehabilitation of school-managed weekly boarding facilities. Out of this amount, the Zambia Education Enhancement Project, ZIP, has been allocated 630 million kwacha to commence construction of the 120 secondary schools countrywide. In terms of youth and adult literacy, the Youth and Adult Literacy Program delivers benefits that are far beyond mere schooling and literacy. Therefore, government is determined to ensure that this category of the learners are not excluded from receiving education. And this program has therefore been allocated 5.4 million kwacha. Chairperson, in terms of university education, in 2023, government reinstated the meal allowances for eligible students in public universities. My government has gone a step further to ensure that the welfare of students is economically and academically improved by increasing the allocation to this program to 2 billion kwacha in 2024, compared to 1.55 billion kwacha allocated in 2021. The increase in allocation will facilitate increase in the number of student loan beneficiaries and infrastructure development. Further, government has also allocated 1.2 billion kwacha to support student loans and scholarships, of which 43.9 million kwacha has been allocated for tertiary scholarships for girls who were supported under the Keep the Girls in School initiative at secondary school level. Under management and support services, to ensure efficiency and effectiveness in service delivery at all levels, my ministry has allocated 1.8 billion kwacha to this program. Chairperson, I wish to conclude by stating that my ministry remains committed to the overall management and administration of early childhood, primary, secondary, youth and adult literacy, university and teacher training, licensing, and enforcement of standards and alternative modes of education provision. I now call upon the House to support the budget estimates for Head 8. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Any further debate? Ms. Sifulo.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Chairperson, for allowing me to debate on this head. Firstly, let me begin by saying we are in total support of this head, and we also want to thank the new Dawn government for also increasing this budget in regards to education. We are very, very grateful. It means a lot, not only for the children who are in the rural setup, but for the children at large of Zambia. Education is an equalizer, and when you are investing in education, this is another mechanism that we can use for poverty alleviation. With that being said, Mr. Chairperson, let me make mention that as we support this budget, I also wanted to bring to the attention in regards to secondary schools. Through CDF, we are doing a lot in increasing the capacity of primary schools, but then these are not being supported by the secondary schools that we have. For example, in Mwandi, we only have 2 secondary schools, government secondary schools. And what is happening now, with what government has introduced, there are a lot of learners that are entering school through ECL and up to grade 12, up to grade 9 level. When they get to grade 10, it's difficult for them to be in schools because you realize that we only have 2 government schools. And those government schools, the people in Mwandi are not given a priority, which means that any other child can go to that school. By the time that our children are going there, you find that the schools are full. So we find ourselves in a situation where children are passed to go to grade 10, but they do not have spaces. They cannot be accommodated within the constituents. So our plea is that through the Ministry of Education to see how we can also expand the capacity of secondary schools in our respective constituencies. With that being said, I also wanted to make mention in regards to establishments that have also been a pain. Like for example, I'm giving an example of Mwandi. One of the only secondary schools that I've mentioned doesn't have the full establishment up to now. That means that the teachers that are teaching at those secondary schools do not get the salaries that they are supposed to get. That means that is a discouragement to the teachers. So we need to find a way of making sure that the schools that we have, I know that this is not something that was brought by the New Dawn government, but we need to resolve that. Mr. Chairperson, I would also want to thank, and as I support this recruitment of teachers, we are very, very grateful that government has continued on the trajectory to making sure that they're employing teachers, and we are also so very, very happy that this is decentralized. As it is right now, you realize that even Mwandi gets a fair share when it comes to teacher recruitment. So we are very, very excited about that. And we are also very, very happy in regards to the investment that the government is doing in early child services. This is very, very early child learning, ECE. This is very, very important because you might want to know that actually the time that you tap the talent of a child is between 3 and 6 years. That is very, very important. The moment the child is taken care of in those years, the investment actually of a child should be when they are young. Between the period from the time that they are 3 to the time I think that they are 8 years or so. That's the time that you heavily invest in a child. And the result will come and show much later. But when we are doing this early child early child learning services, Mr. Chairperson, I also want to make mention that a child does not only learn in class. They also learn outside classrooms. So I would want to see a situation where we are holistically looking at this by also investing in services where children can learn outside classrooms. Mr. Chairperson, let me also make mention that currently in Mwandi I have 47 schools. Out of the 47 schools that I have, Mr. Chairperson, you realize that most of these, only 13 schools are linked in an internet services. So the children that are learning in our various, like for example in Mwandi constituents, find it very, very difficult. They cannot do computer studies in as much as that is a subject. It's difficult for them to have these computer studies because they do not have internet services. So we are making an appeal through the Ministry of Education to link with the Ministry of Science and Technology to make sure that our children have access to internet services. So when you go to a school, wherever it is, the children that are learning in Mwandi should have the same opportunities as the children that are learning in Lusaka. Because when they come to bursaries, they don't look at the children from one that they didn't have the internet services. They compete with the children that are in Lusaka. So we look forward to having our schools also having these services, same as, the internet services. Let me also make mention, as I'm debating this head, Mr. Chairperson, is that we look forward actually to the Ministry of Education as well to introduce subjects such as agricultural science as a compulsory subject. What we have learned, Mr. Chairperson, is that the children that are growing up in our rural setups, they have the potential to contribute to this country, should they be given the right resource. Imagine a child who's taught how to farm from the time that they are young. They will never go hungry. But the situation as it is right now is that agricultural science is very, very compulsory. Like, for example, I never even did any agricultural science myself. So we would want to see agricultural science as a compulsory subject. And also, we should also be able to invest as soon as we can in making sure that our children in schools are taught mechanisms on how to plant drought-resistant crops. Because as it is, with these weather changes, we also need to make sure that we are preparing our children a century in advance. Mr. Chairperson, I would also want to make mention that the other thing that we would also want seen done is the decentralization of bursaries. Right now, our children that are in our various constituencies have to apply for bursaries in Lusaka. Like indicated, the services that exist in Lusaka, Kitwe, and these urban areas are different from the services that exist in our rural areas. So our children, when they come to competing at national level, it's very, very difficult for them. They find that a child who's gotten 10 points in Mwandi is a very, very intelligent child. But because they are also passing through this difficult, it's difficult for them to compete with a child that is learning, having access to a computer, and a school nearby. So we also look forward, Honorable Chairperson, to having bursaries and loans decentralized to our constituencies so our children that are growing up in these rural areas can also have access. Lastly but not least, Mr. Chairperson, I would also want to continue recommending the government through this budget for what they've done for our children that are in higher learning in regards to meal allowances and also skills development. It's doing wonders. I can attest that when I went and visited the constituents this time, I found children that have gone through skills development doing the building in my constituencies at the hospital. That is very, very nice, and we should continue doing that. With that being said, Mr. Chairperson, we support the budget as the people of Mwandi. I submit.
Thank you. Mr. Banda. Mr. Banda is not there. Mr. Mngando.
Thank you, Chairperson. Education, Chair, we say it is the most fundamental of all human rights. Actually, it's placed as a top priority. It's only education, Honorable Chair, that will bring a son of a peasant farmer from Chama to come and meet the son of a minister or indeed the president of this country. I will concentrate on the type of education that we provide for ourselves. I will not debate education from an angle of what it is, but the quality of education which we have prescribed for ourselves. Chair, it's so ironic that we can be learning English and not learn agriculture. We have citizens that speak good English, and yet they don't know how the food which they eat is being produced. What type of education have we prescribed for ourselves? I know during our times, Honorable Chairperson, would memorize all the parts of a grasshopper. Of what value has that been to ourselves? Go to US. A child has no idea of geography there. But I would describe the prairies of Canada. Of what value has that been to ourselves? For me, Honorable Minister, we need to sit down. We've got capable men and women within your ministry. Instead of us learning Zinjanthropus, Homo habilis, can we start teaching our children coding? It's not calling, it's coding. Coding is computer language, which is able to make programs. Not only that, what areas in terms of resource endowment do we have as a nation? Agriculture, mining. It's so shameful, Honorable Chairperson, that we have to bring foreign firms to come and do geomatic surveying of our minerals. Our minerals are being discovered by the villagers themselves. Go to Kasenseri, go to Kanyerere in Impeka. It is the villagers who discovered gold. Why can't we restructure our education system in such a way that it responds to the needs of the country? At a tender age, as early as grade 8, grade 9, our pupils or our children should be able to identify what an emerald is. It took our brothers from East Africa to come and exploit our emeralds on the copper belt. We are supposed to do these things on our own, and we can only do that through education. Can we design education curriculum which will identify advantages in terms of resource endowment? Tourism. We have the best attractions. But look at what we are getting. Tourists would rather land in the Kaza areas, Botswana, Zimbabwe, where they are spending nights. And yet we've got more attractions here. It goes back to education. Have we designed our education to respond to the needs of our people? The answer is no. Engineers. If we are to ask professors, what is it that they have invented for this country? Probably the answer will be nothing. The question that we should ask ourselves is, are they unable to invent? The answer is no. We've not invested much in research. We spend more money in procuring things which have been made outside Zambia. It's now that the desks are being manufactured locally. We used to import desks, Honorable Chairperson, from China, and they were paper desks. When you just expose them to the rains, they are gone. In some areas, we have continued doing that. Can we put money into development of a curriculum which will answer to the needs of our people, to the needs of our children? Can we also put a lot of money to do with research? I'll be going through, and this research you should not only confine it to tertiary education. Let it start probably at the junior and high level. When I was at UCRES, Your Honor, the Vice President, in Metalwork, we used to do what we call designing, problem solving. You design a problem to do with robotics, how you can pick something from a point, you'll be able to calculate the angles, where it stops. That education is what our masters made sure we do not attain it. Can we go back to the basics? Let's design an education system that will ensure that in Kaputa, children on their own will be able to know how to preserve that fish, be able to produce food for importation, will be able to preserve it. We can do it. It's not that those who have done it are better than us. No. We are all made the same, regardless of race, color, or tribe. So for me, Honorable Chairperson, as I support this head, I want to make a clarion call to technocrats as well as the minister. Can we design an education system which will respond to the needs of this country? I submit, Honorable Chair.
Mr. Zulu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Mr. Chairperson, from the onset, I must mention that I support this budget with a lot of reservations. Mr. Chairperson, I've heard a lot of submissions from my fellow members of Parliament that are appreciating the increment of this particular head. Mr. Chairperson, in the 2023 budget, this was equivalent to 1.1 billion United States dollars, which translates to about 23 billion. Today, in Kwacha, we may say we've increased it, but it has reduced by 100 million Kwacha. Mr. Chairperson, this is probably the most important head that deserves maximum funding for so many reasons. Mr. Chairperson, if we don't produce a well-educated citizenry, this country will continue not to understand or differentiate an original document and a forged document. Mr. Chairperson, if we do not properly fund this particular head, this country will not know what it means to adjudicate on matters of public interest. Then we are a country that is full of street adults. Mr. Chairperson, if we do not fund this particular head, this head has not been well funded. This we must agree. This head has not been funded. We will continue producing people that will have degrees on paper, but they do not understand what they're doing. People that cannot write a report. Mr. Chairperson, this is worrying. Education is the best weapon that one has to win any battles in life, as espoused by Nelson Mandela. And then here we are saying, thank you so very much for increasing the allocation. What allocation? We are not serious. Mr. Chairperson, we're not being serious. How will we know to say we've sent people to become experts in forensic when we are not funding this particular head? Mr. Chairperson, because tomorrow someone will bring a forged document here and suspend a member of parliament, and then we act on it. It's because of not being well educated on forensics. As a matter of fact, Mr. Chairperson, this is a particular head that the finance minister should have thought twice when allocating these amounts of money. And if the worst was to happen, the kwacha dollar rate goes to 27, this will be 200 million kwacha less of a budget for 2024. And what are you doing in the reforms at education? No reforms? For how long are we going to produce people that will master the art of crafting documents from the streets of Matero, and the country is making decisions based on that? It's because of not having invested in education. Mr. Chairperson, we need to be serious as a people. You cannot develop a country with insufficient funds in an education sector. This is a sector that will attract 4,000 teachers, 40,000 teachers with no accommodation. People are going to Lumezi today to teach. Because of no accommodation, they come back to Lusaka, still on the payroll. We come all the way from our respective constituencies to talk to the lack of housing for our people, classrooms. Today, we have delegated to building 1x3 classroom block. And then we are still giving this man, Minister of Education, less money. Where are we going? Mr. Chairperson, we are going to produce a lot of educated people with no knowledge at all. How is the country going to prosper? Just how? Just because someone can read a written script for them from the ministry, and we should be here saying we are grateful. I think it's time to speak to facts and issues. We can no longer continue to be treating these matters as business as usual. We are not elected here to just appreciate when the dollar is showing us that it's going up, it's gone beyond midnight, and then it's gone beyond someone's age outside there, then here we are saying there's an increment. Mr. Chairperson, it's a pity that we trivialize matters here, but citizens are now well informed. This issue is a very serious matter. I would propose that they revise the figures so that we produce a well-educated crop of citizens that will at least have a minimum understanding of impartiality and able to detect a forged document so that the country is not put in harm's way. Mr. Chairperson. Mr. Chairperson, with these few remarks, I support the head. I thank you.
Mr. Kamboni. Komboni Radio.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. You can be educated, you can be learned, but not educated. So the question is, what is education? One member of parliament here was saying his father was promoted to a rank of very high rank, but he wasn't educated. My correction is that father was educated, but not learned. Now, education can solve a lot of problems that we have. Some countries, like Singapore, are now in the developed nation because of education. The computers that we use are a result of education. Unemployment, poverty, everything that we are complaining about can be solved through education. And this is why today I salute all those men and women who are trying to improve the education system. First of all, may I begin to thank the ministry on achieving well on the desks. When a visionary person gives in a vision, you will not see, you will find all of you doing what the vision is about. The issue of making desks came as a joke, but all of us here, we have produced desks in the constituencies. And I would like to say thank you to all those that have produced desks. We come to teachers, yes, this has been excellent. 30,000 teachers, 4-5, again another 4-5. That's a milestone. We would like to congratulate the ministry. However, I know the problems that are in the ministry are many. But you see, when you plant a pineapple, you harvest a pineapple.
Yes.
When you plant a watermelon, you harvest a watermelon. My question is, I'm coming back to the curriculum. Is the curriculum that we have in the country what we need? Does it solve our problems? The education I get should make me live in my society comfortably using the materials around the environment. Be able to get what I want through the environment. That's what you call education. When my grandfather taught his children to hunt, they were able to hunt and feed the family. They were employed. When my grandfather taught his children how to fish, they were able to catch fish and they earned their living. But what is happening today? The education system is there to escort people to unemployment. We need to look at this curriculum. This curriculum is outdated and we need to change it. If we invest in this, the education system will truly solve our problems. Now we have a curriculum from grade 1 to grade 12. That was hurriedly done. And I'm aware that 8 years has clocked now. We are supposed to evaluate it. May I say, as we evaluate this curriculum, more investment is done so that we can now come up with a curriculum that will suit our environment. Most of this curriculum was left by our colonial masters, and we are still using it. It has become irrelevant. How come when it comes to science, our friends in developed nations are able to utilize this science? They are now making, through WhatsApp, you can do location. You can know where you are going. Look at our science. Why is our science not helping us in any way? These are the questions that we should ask ourselves. When it comes to medicine, we have done very well. But the other science, we have not done. And that's what I'm trying to say. We have an opportunity this time. When we have a well-informed president, well-informed minister, good PSCs, can we come up with a curriculum that will solve our Zambian problems? And this is where I think that we should invest more money. As we allocate money in this, we need to allocate more into the curriculum. Because as we have this curriculum, then it is going to solve our problems. I have said here, if you look at the science that we have in the country, it leaves much to be desired. We need reforms here. And if you look at the linkage between Ministry of Technology and Science and the Ministry of Education, the linkage is not very clear. The linkage here is not very clear. And we are waiting to say, like in science, I want to see a time where we are going to have scientists being rewarded at the State House. We want to see a science fair where we can see who, because as I'm here now, I don't know who the best scientist in the country is. I don't know what science they are doing now. Science is in phases. You have science that will help us live comfortably, hygiene science and so forth. But you also have science which you can take a project for 15 years. What I expect, if there was linkage from even technology and science, is that by now we should know that our scientists, this is what they're trying to discover. For a long period. This is what we are trying to discover. But all that is silent. We don't really, even amongst students, we want to see, encourage them, have a week of science where we can meet our scientists in the country, promote them and reward them. Now, what reforms do we need here? I think the reforms we need is that this curriculum we should put should be borne by Zambians. We take time to look at it and come up with a curriculum that will be very helpful, because it's not fair for a child to spend 17 years, comes out of college or wherever, is still looking for employment. Everyone else is looking for employment. Who is going to employ who? Who is going to employ? And all this comes from the curriculum. Yes, now the Minister of Education has done very well, putting in desks, infrastructure. I think it's time now we need to move to really look at these issues that we need to look at. And as I look at this also, between the government schools Between the government and mission schools, your rules of engagement are not very clear. Your rules of engagement are not very clear. There is need for rules of engagement to be very clear. You are using the SI at the moment, but in some cases, it is not complete. There is need to have all these school uniformity so that even the curriculum can be done in the same manner. Equally, there is also a gap within the universities that we have in high institutions of learning. There is need also to have a proper linkage so that then we can get the whole system. Otherwise, this is a ministry that is doing very well. I commend you for that. But I think we can do more. You've got a ministry that has a lot of problems. More efforts are needed. And let's also look at the human resource that is looking at the curriculum. With these few words, I would like to thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Fuve. Mr. Twasa. Mr. Zulu.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much. Chair, first and foremost, let me say I support the budget, and with just a few concerns which I think the ministry should take care of. First, the Ministry of Infrastructure, the university infrastructure, Minister, you've allocated 256 million. And for me, this is not enough because the people of Eastern Province, Minister, they need a university. And if I look at the universities which haven't even touched now, it's like we are not moving, Minister. I don't know where you are with King Lewanika University. I don't know where you are with Luapula University. I know those challenges which are there. But for now, 3 budgets downline, we should start moving. I know the issue of this money, this did what, but for now, it's time for us to move. We can't keep on crying on things which were done long then. Then in addition to that, primary curriculum, I think should be changed. I agree with my colleagues who have debated earlier on the subjects we are teaching our kids. The subject, all of us, a good number of us, went through. If you go to a primary school today in Germany, you find the kid is being taught mining, engineering. And they don't even have copper. They're being taught how to mine copper. Here in Zambia, we're being taught, what are we being taught? Nothing to do with such subjects. My appeal, Minister, you are a lecturer. And you know what I'm talking about. I shouldn't even be lecturing you because you know. So you have to act as a minister.
Honorable member, talk through the chair. Don't engage the minister direct.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Chair, the minister, what I'm just reminding, because she knows what I'm talking, he knows what I'm talking about. Minister, there is to do with the anger today in our country. Wherever you go today, there is anger. Because we haven't taught our people, we haven't taught ourselves how to do agriculture. Today, Minister, somebody will pass in 4 or 5 subjects, but if
talk through the chair. They are engaging the minister.
Sorry, Chair. Through you, Chair. Today, you pass 4 subjects, 5 subjects. You can't go to a tertiary school because you've been told you failed English. But this is the person who has passed all these subjects writing English. What is just wrong with us as Zambians? Is it that the colonial masters, they have just taken everything in our heads that we can't think beyond what they are thinking? Chair, through you, today, the yesterday secondary school, a person, even not from a trade school, a school like Masara Secondary School, engineering, metalwork, whatever was being taught today has been replaced by business. Technical schools, for practical example, Northern Technical College has been taken over by business studies. This school here, Lusaka Trades, it's business studies. There's no country, wherever in the world, which has developed only with business studies. When you start business, which business are you going to do when the other part of production is not working? The other part of production is not functioning.
Today, companies have gone down because this country, we can't even produce a simple plumber, a qualified plumber, we can't. It's unheard of to find a plumber today. It's so difficult to be qualified. So, Minister, my plea to you is that can we go into, Minister, through Chair, through you, I want to remind the Minister that let's go back to the simple basics which we did. Today at Zambia, we have moved to another stage. But I don't know whoever told us that wearing a white shirt and a tie, that's a job which pays better. Minister, sorry, Chair, through you. When I left the company I used to work 20 years ago, I was a superintendent in the workshop. I was the highest paid black person. In 2002, I was getting 9,000 kwacha. So I was not a white collar job person. I was wearing a work suit. So no one should tell me today that a white collar shirt that gives you enough money. So these are the things we should start telling our people. Chair, you agree with me that the anger we have in this country, no one has taught us how to grow maize, how to develop. People are doing deforestation because they haven't been taught. Today, I urge you, Chair, through you, I urge the Minister that when he goes back, they should redevelop the curriculum from primary school. We should start teaching people agriculture. Why? Because the biggest employer today we have, the biggest industry we have, it's agriculture. And even all of us here, few maybe the lazy ones, my cousins might not have fields, but a good number of people here, they have fields, and a good number of them, they are cultivating or they are developing their farms longly. Please, can we go back to the basics? And this should be included as a compulsory subject, and there's nothing to negotiate. There is no right or left here. This thing has to be included. In addition to that, Minister, well done for the early child education policy, and I wish we can continue this because this is very important. And may I also thank you for the money which is being released timely to our different schools, primary schools, secondary schools, the money is going there. But my concern is one, immediately the money goes to these schools, the seculars, memos are following this money to the very schools, even in the rural areas, to start supporting certain programs. Chair, through you, Minister, you need to start looking at this and look at this very seriously, because the money which is going to these schools is not 100% being used in those schools. You need to start funding sufficiently the Office of the Provincial Education Officer. Fund sufficiently the provision of the district board secretaries. If you start doing this with what you are doing at the primary and secondary schools, you are going to score 100% in this. So for now, I only give you 75% because you are not funding them. So through you, Chair, it's my plea to the Minister that he has to look at this, because this is really killing our schools. With this good initiative you have brought in, it will be disturbed because of people following the same monies in this school. Chair, let me not disturb the other members who are debating. Let me give chance to other members to debate. Thank you so much.
Mr. Samakai.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity that you've given the people of Mwinilunga to debate on this very, very important sector of our country. Mr. Chairman, I want to say that the executive, through the Ministry of Finance, are doing this country proud in the area of education. The New Dawn government is meeting the continental accepted standard of allocating resources to education to the level of 20% of the budget. I've been following our budgets from 2016. During the PF government, we were somewhere below 14%. And from 2021, steadily we've been improving. From that level, we should be somewhere around 17, 18%. So, Chairperson, through you, I would want to say, well done, the executive, well done, the New Dawn government. Why is everybody quiet? Chairperson, we did not see ourselves in Mwinilunga any schools being built. We did not have teachers in our schools in Mwinilunga. We described the period 2011 to 2021 as wasted years. And I know that at some point in future, there is going to be a shortage of manpower in this country arising from the ineptitude of PF between 2011 and 2021. Chairperson, we have seen teachers being employed. We are also building schools. This entails that the quality of education for our children compared to 2011 to 2021 is going to improve. I just have one point that the government has employed teachers who were given 620 teachers in Mwinilunga. But we are disappointed that the permanent secretary is transferring. He has transferred 6 teachers from Mwinilunga to other provinces without replacement. We want our teachers back. We want the 6 teachers transferred back. If you don't transfer those back, give us different ones. But there must be 6 so that we maintain the 620 teachers. You are being very unfair to the people of Mwinilunga. The president has done very well. The president has done very well. And now you seem to be doing the opposite and doing what the president is doing, which is, making the people very grateful. We want the teachers back to Mwinilunga. Chairperson, we also want to request that the student loans, the numbers must be allocated to the districts. Just like when we were employing teachers, allocations were made to each district. We also want to recommend as Mwinilunga that when giving loans to these students, let the numbers be allocated. Mwinilunga must get this number, Kabompo, Mwense. These numbers must be allocated so that equality in education is attained. We want people to be educated in every corner of this country. That is what the New Dawn government stands for. We have demonstrated that. We have demonstrated that in all the sectors, including fertilizers and teachers. Chairperson, we also want to request that when the economy improves, Northwestern Province would require a university. I think it's been on the cards for a long time from UNIP. We were told an agricultural university was going to be set up in Northwestern Province. Up to now, we are still waiting. But we understand that this government has problems to try and correct the economy that was wrecked by reckless PF. Support me also. Chairperson would want to support that these resources, we need to improve the laboratories in our secondary schools. And I think I will debate that when it comes to technology and science. I'm geared to debate again. I thank you.
Mrs. Katuta and the Minister will wind up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. To begin with, we are all here speaking this foreign language because we went to school and we were taught by good teachers in the days of Kaunda. It's a pity for some were not taught that period, but some of us, we went to school in the times where our parents were head teachers. You ask for anything, they'll ask you to write a letter. Instead of communicating, they write a letter so that he marks your work. Today, our children who are graduates, look at the English they write even on Facebook. You will laugh. Why? Because of the quality of education has been diluted. Chairperson, this is a great nation with people with brains. We have a big challenge. I stood here 2 weeks ago to lobby for introduction of sign language and braille writing as optional subjects, which other countries have even recognized as official language. But in this country, we find that not to be necessary. And we think because it was moved by someone they didn't like. But this is quite, you know, it's such a detrimental to our development. Because in every nation, before they develop, if you look at the developed countries, Mr. Chairperson, I'll speak of Tanzania, India, for example. If you go to Russia, they don't use English. They use their languages. It's the reason they are so intelligent, they are able to invent even certain things. But in this country, we cannot do that. We are so allergic to development. You go to China, they use their language. Go to Tanzania, they use their language. In any country where they use their language, they're able to do things without being controlled by certain circles. Why am I saying certain circles? We want what Honorable from Chamma South alluded to. That kind of thinking where we've been enslaved, we cannot think outside the box. I've seen here in the budget, it's talking about curriculum and materials development. I've been in this country from the time I came back from the diaspora, Mr. Chairperson. I've heard of developing of our curriculum, which is not working out for us. It's not working out. But we see them going for workshops, we see them doing this. This is taxpayers' money. What are we going to leave for our children, Mr. Chairperson? Starting from the curriculum should be designed from the creche. That's why I was talking about sign language and braille writing. Our neighbors, they've recognized these as official languages. But as for us, we feel like, no, we are talking about making it compulsory. We are not moving forward. We're not moving forward, Mr. Chairperson. When you talk about sign language and braille writing, we are talking about the new technology, the science that we're talking about. There's now new technology, but for us, we cannot even relate that to our curriculum. We still want to go to Jelita and Mlenga, didida, what and what, which is outdated. We have a child who's being taught in native language up to grade 4. Well and good, because other countries have done that. But what is expected, Mr. Chairperson, is that we should introduce our own curriculum. There is no way I'm going to force on a child in Chiengi to start learning something that do not relate to the environment. If you've been to China, like myself, I've been to China, and Dr. Mwanza will agree with me, and India, they will teach that will relate to where the environment where the children are. We are forcing every child to become a graduate in engineering. What about music? In other countries, go to South Africa, there's a university just for arts. But here, it's really, look at Evelyn Horn, it's a sad story. These are the areas musicians can make money and contribute towards the revenue of the treasury in this country. But what are we doing about our curriculum in this country in particular? We still want everything to leave it to the politicians. The politicians here are just there to make policies. But where are the professors and the intellectuals to tell us the kind of curriculum, the education which will be tailored according to what we are as Zambians? No wonder. We can have our minerals. We are talking about our youths to form consortium and own these mines. They can't. We have to wait for an investor to come from outside. We have Sojilite. We're still waiting for an investor to come from outside. Even to grow, we've made it look like to be a farmer is for, the madalas or those who've retired. We have forests in this country where we should even include it in our curriculum so that our children can learn that you can start, you can become a farmer, you can be, I don't know the term to use, to grow, is it honey? I don't know what they call that. We have plenty of trees, but we're waiting for an investor to come and do that for us. When you want to construct a house in this country, Mr. Chairperson, you have to call someone from Zimbabwe. Because we're lacking skills. Skills should start from the creche. And these are the things we're talking about when we talk about developing our curriculum. Do not leave it to someone who has to fail grade 7 or grade 9 and say, we're sending you to school. If you go to DRC or South Africa, you'll find that a child who is in grade 3 or in standard 2 is able to say, I'm going to be a doctor, I'm going to be an engineer, I'm going to be a builder. Because here we look at somebody who is a builder to be a job for people who are not educated. When it's supposed to be a money spinner, people are building houses. How are they going who is going to employ them? There's no government that can give jobs to everyone. It's about time we looked at the science, we look at skills, and we look at agriculture to be part and parcel of the curriculum as low as the creche. What some people call necessary Zambia to eat. Then we're going to talk about quality of education. As at now, our education, even this money that I'm looking at, is a sheer waste of time. 17 billion is going towards salaries. It's not helping us. No decentralization. When it comes to employment, of recruitment of the teachers, it's done centrally. It has to be decentralized at district levels. so that we can get the quality kind of teachers that we want. With a few words, I would want to see that there is a revised curriculum in this country. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable members, I have to appeal that we need to make progress. We have a lot of business at hand. May the Honorable Minister wind up debate.
Thank you, Chairperson. I would like to thank the colleagues that contributed to Head 80, Mwandi MP, Mr. Mongandu, also Mr. Munia Zulu, Mr. Kamboni, Mr. Zulu from Nyimba, Mr. Samaka from Winlonga, and lastly but not the least, Honorable Katuta. I think surrounding the debates, I think it is the curriculum which has been spoken a lot by all the members of parliament. Just to array their fears, I think when we just came into office, we started looking at the curriculum. First of all, we reviewed it. It was also evaluated, and that is from early childhood education way to the colleges of education, in order for the teachers also who come out of there to know what they expect in the curriculum. We also have developed a new curriculum framework, which will be validated from 11th to 13th of December. So if you are interested, members of parliament, you can go and be part of that. And also, we will develop a new subject syllabuses from the 17th of December to February 2024. Now, reforming a curriculum takes quite some time than just writing a syllabus of a subject. So this curriculum that we are having now was supposed to be reviewed I think some 7 years ago. It wasn't not done. Because people were playing jokes with the school. So ourselves are very serious, colleagues. You see the curriculum being rolled out starting next year. A few things will start working out. In terms of agriculture science, yes, I agree with yourselves. The President has already said that on the STEM schools, we must add agriculture science. But change must start with yourselves, parents. You tell your children, you are now in school, you'll be a doctor, you'll be an engineer. So reform must start with yourselves. When I say yourselves, not you as members of parliament, but yourselves as Zambians. Tell your children that the suit you are wearing, somebody had to plant cotton. So if you think that they were being dirty, so why are you looking clean yourselves? Somebody had to do that. So the mindset must change from ourselves. I always tell the President that the problem with our generation, this generation, you cannot reconfigure them. And this is why we want now to go to the early childhood, so that the President, when he comes every February or March, he espouses about our ethics, he espouses about our standards, all of those things. He talks to people who watch TV and not children. This generation is very difficult to change. So we are now going to early childhood so that we go and teach from there how to be entrepreneurs, how to have respect, how not to take something which is not yours. It will start from early childhood. You must have fear to take something which is not yours. If you still recall those of you who were there that time, if you are walking on the street and then you see one kwacha there, you look around, who has dropped this one kwacha? When you see somebody in front of you, you run. Is it you, sir, who dropped this? They were also honest enough to say, it is me or it's not me. If they say it is not theirs, you now start looking around. Where? That one kwacha will trouble you, chairperson. When you reach home, you give your parents
somebody dropped this money, but I don't know who. Nowadays, these children, they get one kwacha, vitumbua very good. They will start looking for chitumbua. So we must inculcate a sense of honestness in our children. And I'm thinking that our school system is going to manage that from early childhood. When a child is still 3 years old, inculcate that corruption is bad. Otherwise, this generation, sir, is a very damaged generation. So we shall make sure that our own children learn how to respect public property. All of us, doesn't matter whether it is lithium, Mukula. Mukula was started cutting savagely for over 10 years. So who was cutting that tree? Huh? So we will not allow that. But you, even if you are damaged, we shall arrest you. So that we're going to reform there. But for our grandchildren and our children, we shall make sure that the curriculum tells us itself for self-respect if you are put in the public domain. That is what we are going to do. In the next 40 years, where do we want our education system to be? What type of human beings do we want to create out of our school system? That is what we want to do. The rest, including morals, yes. Because the president comes here to talk about morality. So our morals were badly damaged by the PF. And this is why I call your decade a waste and lost decade. Lost and wasted decade under PF. Just check even yourselves, colleagues who are Zambians. Check where we are coming from. Just check where we're coming from. So Mr. Mungad, very good. I was in Rwanda some 5 years ago. And then there they were also saying that, how can we continue naming grasshoppers parts? As if we are going to be entomologists, all of us. All right? So those are things that we want to realign in our curriculum. What is relevant for us? In fact, we have so many pathways to answer. She has gone again. Oh, she's there. Sit, I want to answer you. Listen to this. No. So there are pathways, maybe before you leave. There are pathways in STEM, which will include agriculture. There are pathways in finance, business, and entrepreneurship. There are pathways in physical education and sport. There are pathways in performing arts and creative arts, the one we are talking about. So all those things are in the curriculum that we are trying to review now, and social sciences as well. I think about 8 pathways. In terms of Mwandi, we have liquid technology, which is working in collaboration with the Ministry of Technology and Science. This is a linkage that we have with my brother from Technology and Science. We are doing that together. Right now, many of your schools will be linked to Starlink, isn't it? Which is wireless. All the schools, we want them, even if there's no internet, we'll do that in wireless. And Starlink is trying to do that. Just wait, it will come. So, in terms of linkages between the Ministry of Technology and Science, in fact, we have so many linkages. Even the Ministry of Health, we are linked. There are so many institutions that we are linked with under the Ministry of Education. So we are also now trying to, the Ministry of Education has already also conducted a reform agenda of the higher education subsector aimed at making the sector more responsive to the needs of our country. Let me just invite you, colleagues, when you hear that there's jets at our National Science Center, come and see the innovation of the children. Just come there. You realize the kids are quite intelligent and innovative. When my brother went to Israel with the president sometime, Because he came to see jets, the president asked him in cabinet to explain what he saw in Israel. He said, I first of all saw it here. Our kids. Very innovative. They are able to even make a drone, which can even fly, because the road doesn't allow to fly up to 500 meters. They are able to do that. There are kids who are making fertilizer using sunflower. All that. Okay? So all the innovations are there in this country. The potential is there, and we shall utilize it. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
I put the question. The question is at head 80. Ministry of Education, head total 23 billion 169 million 4,000 kwacha 23 billion 169 million 4,000 kwacha 172 kwacha stands part of the estimates. As many of that opinion say aye, of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Head 80, Ministry of Education, head total 23 billion 169 million 4,172 is ordered to stand as part of the estimates. Let's make progress. We now move to head 66, Ministry of Technology and Science. Wait, Honorable Minister. Ministry of Technology and Science, the Honorable Minister of Technology and Science, policy statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm grateful for the opportunity to address this August House to present the policy statement that will guide the operations of the Ministry of Technology and Science in 2024. The Ministry of Technology and Science experienced some challenges and opportunities in the execution of its mandate in 2023. This has influenced the budget outlook for the year 2024. The focus for 2024 is, therefore, built on the previous achievements to contribute towards the budget theme as an enabler unlocking economic potential. My ministry will be at the center of embracing technology for enhanced productivity. Further, Mr. Chairman, it will be at the center of driving research and development agenda to heighten innovation and competitiveness. It will also be at the center of encouraging skills development for empowering all citizens to fully participate in economic development. Mr. Chairman, my ministry provides oversight on science, research and development, technology and innovation, vocational and entrepreneurship training, and information and communication development as stipulated in the Government Gazette Notice number 90 and 1123 of 2021. The highlights for 2023. The performance of the ministry in 2023 has been attributed to the strong partnership and collaboration with the private sector, cooperating partners, and the citizen. Information communication technology development. In the area of ICT, the ministry has earmarked to construct 300 towers which are at various stages. One, Mr. Chairman, completed construction of 109 mobile communication towers with the support from the private sector which are now operational. In addition, the ministry, in collaboration with the private sector, has commenced the construction of 22 towers and has received a donation of 25 towers. Mr. Chairman, Under the universal access, the ministry has commenced the construction of 31 mobile communication towers. Further, an addition of 108 mobile communication towers are at procurement stage in readiness for award of contracts. Mr. Chairman, further, the ministry under Zamtel has commenced the construction of 5 mobile towers. This will bring the total number of towers to 322 towers. Mr. Chairman, to enhance an enabling environment for ICT growth, my ministry completed and launched the Information and Communication Technology Policy and the Digital Transformation Strategy. The policy and the strategy have ambitious targets that will drive support towards access and usage, human development, ICT skills, ICT research, innovation and entrepreneurship, infrastructure development, competitiveness and fair environment, and information security and data privacy. To improve the provision of ICT services, my ministry successfully auctioned spectrum in the 700 MHz and 800 MHz frequency bands. This resulted in 2 mobile network providers launching the high-speed internet of 5G. To stimulate the growth of courier services, my ministry issued a statutory instrument which saw international postal and courier licenses reduced by the 3%. And further, my ministry also reduced by 50% local courier services from 10,000 to 5,000. This reduction of fees has increased participation of SMEs in the sector to over 70%, consequently resulting in increase in the generation of government revenue. Mr. Chairperson, skills development. I'm happy to report to this August House that my ministry increased access to TEBET for learners with a total enrollment reaching 778,915 compared to 68,788 in 2022, representing a 14.2% increment. To support equity, my ministry supported a total of 5,861 students in 2023. To demonstrate government's commitment to entrepreneurship training, my ministry finalized the development of the entrepreneurship development strategy and the open distance and flexible learning strategy in order to align them with the aspiration of the 8th National Development Plan and other related policies. My ministry continued to implement the National Youth Skills Empowerment Program supported by the Constituency Development Fund. So far, the number of beneficiaries stands at 8,583 compared to 6,800 in 2022. As a ministry, we are making efforts to engage the members of parliament to sensitize their constituencies for the youth to utilize this empowerment initiative. My ministry continued with the review of the Technical Education, Vocation and Entrepreneurship Training Act number 13 of 1998. I'm happy to report, Mr. Chairman, to this August House that the review of this act has reached an advanced stage. Mr. Chairman, the TEBET infrastructure and equipment. I'm happy to report that the construction of Sesheke, Lundazi, Porokoso Trade Training Institutes was completed. The Sesheke Trade Training Institute has since been commissioned by the President of the Republic of Zambia. The ministry also continued to construct additional hostel blocks at Chipatam and Ukwimi Trade Training Institute. The hostels at Ukwimi were completed, while at Chipata they stood at 88% completion. This project will result in the creation of a combined number of 960 bed spaces. In addition, Mr. Chairman, the ministry, with the support of the private sector, signed a memorandum of understanding for the construction of a modern skills training college in Chapula area in Ufwanyama district at the cost of $2.5 million US dollars. Mr. Chairman, science, research, and development. My ministry sponsored 211 scientists pursuing a master's program and 11 PhD candidates under the Science and Technology Postgraduate Scholarship. My ministry also supported innovators and technology developers through the Technology Business Development Fund and the Science and Technology Youth Innovation Fund. Further, Mr. Chairman, His Excellency the President, in collaboration with the private sector, supported 50 innovators through the HH Innovation Fund. Further, Mr. Chairman, an agreement between the Government of the Republic of Zambia and Huawei to establish an HH Innovation Hub has been signed. In this same period, my ministry also managed to commercialize 2 products, copyright 2 products, trademark 1 product, and is in the process of patenting 3 products. My ministry commenced a review of the science, technology, and innovation policy, as well as the development of the technology and innovation strategy in order to streamline the coordination of science, research and development, technology and innovation, and incorporating emerging technologies. Mr. Chairman, establishment of the ground receiving station. This, Mr. Chairman, has reached an advanced stage and will be completed by the end of this year. 2024 estimate. My ministry has been allocated 1 billion kwacha compared to 768 million, representing a 33% increase. Mr. Chairman, based on the budget that have been allocated, the strategy of the ministry will be 1, to develop, commercialize, and adopt transformational technologies. 2, fully operationalize the ground receiving station. 3, modernization of the National Institute for Scientific and Industrial Research. 4, enhance digital transformation, including the construction of 169 towers. 5, promote applied research and development. 6, enhance access to quality and equitable skills development. 7, enhance coordination through institutional and legal reorganization. Mr. Chairman, as I conclude my address to this August House, I want to appeal to all the stakeholders to be part of the budget execution by contributing to the achievement of the deliverables set out in this document. The onus is on all of us to make a change to this sector, as government will provide the necessary guidance and initiative. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Mr. Kanengo.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I've got just very few words I want to comment on this budget. Mr. Chairman, through you, Mr. Chairman, may I address the Minister? I want to talk about the mobile network providers. As we talk about talk time and minutes that have been introduced by these mobile service providers. Honorable Minister, I fail to understand how these cellular mobile providers are exploiting our people in Zambia. How possible is it that 1,000 minutes can be consumed in 600 minutes? Scientifically, it cannot be proved. I'm a victim of such things, Honorable Minister. 1,000 minutes consumed in 600 minutes. It's not possible. Mr. Chairman, it's very important that Honorable Minister work closely with these people, with their marketing strategies. Otherwise, these mobile network providers, they are selling the services to us that we don't fully understand by cheating us. Honorable Minister, through the chair, you've done very well in the past when it comes to erecting network towers across the country. May I commend you for that. But however, since your ministry is science and technology, we should not import these towers. They have to be manufactured locally here in Zambia. When we look at the technology that is involved in making these towers, it's very simple. If we are going to construct 20 or 30 or 100 towers across the country, Honorable Minister, we want to see that these towers are constructed locally. Under CDF, Honorable Minister, we are sponsoring people to go to different skilled institutions where they've learned plumbing, where they've learned metal fabrication, where they are learning all sorts of skills. What is the purpose of those skills? Is to address such challenges. You touched the issue of economy. By not importing, Honorable Minister, through the chair, we are going to save our economy. The more we import things from outside, the more we put Kwacha under pressure. Honorable Minister, through the chair, may I address this issue? May I address this issue? May I address this issue? You've talked about the 5G. You've talked about the advancement in technology that we've got now in our country. I want to appreciate on that line we are going in the right direction. But however, this technology must be brought with sanity. Mr. Chair, I come from Kabushi constituency, where these poles of optic fibers have been erected everywhere. The town is looking like it has got cobwebs. Can we find the best way of running these cables? As much as we are enjoying the technology, our town must look neat and tight. Honorable Minister, through the chair, I'm very much ashamed where I stand here. Up to now, we are still importing a one-piston engine here in Zambia, where we've got a lot of engineers, where we've been producing engineers from 1970 Chakuti up to now. We are still importing one-piston engine. Honorable Minister, through the chair, we must work very hard to ensure that our engineers are empowered. The people of Kabushi, there in Kabushi, we've got a lot of engineers. Honorable Minister, through the chair, we had a plan to fire a two-piston engine by this December, but we were not funded. We came through your ministry to solicit for such. We were not helped. Honorable Minister, we cannot continue importing shocks. We cannot continue importing needles. One time I took time to go in Kamwara market. Almost everything that I found there, I imported. I looked at all the underwears in Kamwara market. I imported. I looked at the needles in Kamwara market. I imported. Honorable Minister, we must come out of that ditch where we are. We must come out of the box. We must start manufacturing in Zambia.
There's a point
Honorable
of order.
Minister,
there's a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I listened from the policy statement very well, as the minister stipulated the policy statement. But I'm shocked and perturbed that the MP on the floor is talking about underwear that were not mentioned anywhere in the policy statement. Is it in order to start talking about Kamwal underwears in Parliament, in science and technology?
The Honorable Member for Kaushi, let's ensure that we stick to the policy statement that the Minister has presented. Than mentioning issues of underwear that you cannot substantiate, whether they were made in Zambia or not. May the Honorable Member continue.
Mr. Chairman, I wish to support this budget, though the increment is very small, because we've got a very big bone to chew with this ministry. We, the people of Kabushi, I submit.
May the Honorable Member continue.
I've submitted, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Mtachalo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, for
Order. As the time is 1840 hours, I interrupt proceedings and committee work stands adjourned. The Committee of Supply will report progress and ask leave to sit again. Order. There are many running comments. Madam Speaker, I have to report to the House that the Committee of Supply on the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year 1st January 2024 to 31st December 2024 has gone through heads 76, 77, 80, and has made progress and asked leave to sit again.
Day for resumption of committee work.
Tomorrow, Madam Speaker.
Committee work to resume tomorrow. The House is now adjourned.
Resumed at 14:30 hours. The House did consider one question for oral answer under Standing Order 74, and this was question 160, which came from Mr. Chinga Miyutu, who is Kalabo Central Member of Parliament, and he did ask the Minister of Education in A, how many retired teachers had not been paid their terminal benefits as of December 2022. The Minister of Education did respond that 15,425 was the number of teachers that had not been paid their terminal benefits. In B, what the causes of the delay in paying the terminal benefits was, the minister did respond that due to inadequate funds. And in Part C, when the benefits will be paid, the minister did explain that paying of terminal benefits is an ongoing process, and so during the 2023-2024 medium-term budget, it is expected that some retired teachers will be paid their terminal benefits. So that's the one question for oral answer, understanding Order 74 that was considered.
After consideration of that question, Wengwa Member of Parliament, Mr. Kasauta Michelo, standing in his place, sought leave of the House to defer the consideration of the report of the Committee on Agriculture, Lands and Natural Resources on the performance audit report on the implementation of the Farmer Input Support Program FISIP 2018 to 2022 for the third session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 28th November 2023, to a later date.
Thereafter, the House did resolve into Committee of Supply for the consideration of estimates of revenue and expenditure, including capital and constitutional and statutory expenditure, and we did see resumption of committee work on Head 76, that's the Ministry of Youth, Sport and Arts, and a total budgetary allocation of 268,014,608 kwacha has been agreed to.
The House also considered Head 77, Ministry of Defense, and 9,131,929,205 kwacha has been agreed to stand part of the estimates.
The Committee of Supply also considered Head 80, Ministry of Education, and a total budgetary allocation of 23,169,004,172 kwacha has been agreed to.
And so this is just the business of the House that has been considered on the floor of the House today, Thursday, 7th December 2023. On behalf of my colleague Tazapiri and my Simba Mkua and our sign language interpreters and the entire production crew, thank you so much for being with us on Parliament Television, and have a blessed evening.